we'll keep an eye on you to make sure that we don't lose you technically. Okay. Senator Rafferty, you want to start it off?
We are live now.
Thank you very much, Hillary. Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the Senate Chair of the Education Committee here in the 130th Legislature. We have an informational meeting this morning. We've hooked up with our Department of Education, Commissioner Macon, and a number of folks from the university and community college systems. This is, as I said, an informational meeting, but prior to beginning the meeting, what I'd like to do is just take a moment to allow our committee members to introduce themselves, and I will start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Good morning. I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And I see Senator Woodson.
Good morning. Thank you. Dave Woodson, District 33 State Senator.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, representing Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning.
Thank you. Representative Lyman. Excuse me.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray.
Yes. Good morning. This is Dave McCray, coming to you from Fort Fairfield. I'm up here in the county, District 148. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent most of Cape Elizabeth and House District 30.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson.
Good morning. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson. I represent House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Good morning. Good to see everybody this morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And we do have some committee members that are unable to join us currently. They may enter the meeting at some point, and if that is the case, we'll give them an opportunity to say hello and introduce themselves as well. Our analysts and are Hillary Risler. Good morning, Hillary. And Sam Senfit. Good morning, Sam. It's nice to see you folks again. So this morning's agenda, we're going to open the meeting today with the Department of Ed and Commissioner Macon. And if the commissioner is here. Good morning.
I'm starting to let them all in now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us into the meeting. You'll notice there are several DOE team members joining us this morning. That is because we want to make sure that all of the work we've been engaging in is well represented. To kick things off, though, my name is Chelsea Fortin Trimble, and I'm the Department of Education's Director of Policy and Government Affairs. We'll begin our update for you from Commissioner Macon, followed by an update from DOE's nurse practitioner, Emily Poland. And then we'll shift to a larger update that will represent offices throughout the department and their progress on the assigned reports, task forces, and committee work that has been happening over the past several months, which we will give you more updates as we get closer to the session. I do ask that we wait until the end of our updates to answer questions. We've built in ample time to be able to do so, but we also want to make sure that you get all of the updates that we've prepared for you. So Commissioner Macon, I'm going to hand it to you to begin our update.
All right, thank you, Chelsea. Good morning, Chairs Rafferty and Brennan and distinguished committee members. The ongoing surge of COVID Delta variant continues to cause disruptions and challenges in our schools, and Emily Poland will be providing you with data and updates related to that shortly. To support the field, our Department of Education team continues to meet regularly and directly with stakeholders to keep our fingers on the pulse of what's happening out there. Also, Governor Mills recently met with superintendents to hear their challenges and ideas, and Dr. Shaw met with the statewide MSMA group to clarify details in the standard operating procedures for reporting positive cases and to provide general Q&A. Our team strives to develop collaborative solutions where possible, and we are providing empathetic support where we don't hold control over the challenges, as with COVID. Morale in the field, as you might imagine, is at a critical low at every level. Given the ongoing COVID challenges, and these are exacerbated by community discord around issues that have become divisive. So our department team members have been systemically seeking opportunities to lighten the burden on schools, re-examining required reports and monitoring activities and deadlines and paperwork to see if there's any way for us to further streamline. For example, we just extended the fall assessment window by 2 weeks, which is the maximum allowed. And we're going to do the same thing preemptively for the spring assessment window. We want to make sure that as much flexibility as possible is afforded to the field throughout all of this. We also continue to offer live office hours in a variety of topics, including SEL and mental health, both for students and for staff members. Educator Warm Line is another service that we continue to offer. It operates daily, providing confidential support to people who are struggling. We're also working on plans for facilitated job fairs across the state to bolster our education workforce with support for on-site real-time applications for CHRC and certification. And we've also been working on ideas for a media campaign to generate interest in the opportunities for meaningful work in support of local public schools. I should probably thank Representative Stearns here for driving a bus. I can't tell you, I think about that all the time, and I'm very grateful. We're continuing to partner with the Maine Community College system to support the Learning Facilitators Alternative Pathway Program. And in its first year, this program yielded an additional 91 education technician hires. This year, already 76 individuals have completed the initial boot camp and are deployed across the state in Maine schools to support. We're beginning talks also with University of Maine system to design something similar for people who might consider a mid-career switch to becoming teachers. Our staff members have been extremely busy with the tasks that emerged from recent legislative session, and you'll hear from them soon, while balancing that work with the federally driven processes, reports, and requirements related to hundreds of millions of dollars in COVID relief funds. For context, it's important to note that Maine DOE has the same number of federally required tasks as California, New York, and Texas, where they have thousands of state education employees related to these relief efforts. But our teams are still generally one person deep and each covering multiple roles. We've been prioritizing a statewide whole student approach to education, providing schools with both permission and professional learning to foster highly engaging project-based interdisciplinary learning experiences. We're also working with stakeholders statewide to design a new assessment and accountability system to align more with these holistic educational practices. Maine recently hosted New England's Computer Science Teachers Annual Conference, and I had the honor of providing a keynote address at that event. I was proud to share Maine's pre-K through adult education approach to authentic applied interdisciplinary learning in computer science and our commitment to expanding access for all students through teacher-to-teacher professional development. Our DOE student cabinet application window has been extended until November 1st. We are replacing approximately half each year, half of the students, and we look forward to making those new appointments very soon. Last week, Maine DOE, in partnership with Educate Maine and a host of sponsors, facilitated the celebration of Maine's newest Teacher of the Year, Kelsey Stoyanova, a middle school teacher in Hamden. Our increased involvement in this program reflects our commitment to elevating and celebrating public education and the professionals who serve it. The program has grown in the past 3 years to include hundreds of applicants, and 16 County Teachers of the Year are selected, 15 of whom serve alongside the main Teacher of the Year as ambassadors for the profession. Finally, we have continued our progress toward becoming the national leader in education R&D, with new cohorts of educators engaging in the innovative engineering and design thinking courses offered through our REV grant, and we're being deliberate about spending a good deal of time outside of response mode, given the ongoing pandemic context. We're being mindful of the unique opportunities for innovation and progress while we're still a little bit here in the fog of war with COVID. At this point, I'll turn it over to Emily Poland, who will provide a COVID-specific update for all of you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Macon. I'm Emily Poland. I'm the school nurse consultant for the Department of Education. Just wanted to put out a clarification that I'm not a nurse practitioner. I am a registered nurse. Didn't want to falsely be identified as such. So the department continues to direct schools to follow the prevention measures outlined by the US CDC. This includes a layered approach to prevention, and that offers the best protection for our students and staff. Because one measure on its own is not perfect, using this layered approach provides more protection. So these prevention measures include screening, testing, good ventilation, hand washing, and respiratory etiquette, staying home when you're sick and getting tested, contact tracing in combination with quarantine and isolation, as well as cleaning and disinfection. So masking is a key strategy to reduce the transmission from one person to another. And based on self-reporting of schools, we're estimate right now is 85% of Maine schools have a universal masking policy in place to prevent transmission from one person to another. You know, our path forward through the pandemic also really needs to focus on vaccination. All schools are required to report their vaccination staff vaccination rates. This includes all public schools and private schools that are providing instruction to students in pre-K through 12th grade. And this is posted publicly and updated monthly as reported by each school entity. Statewide, 79.7% of staff working in our schools report being fully vaccinated against COVID-19. We are so grateful that our school staff are committed to making our schools both a safer work and learning environment. The newly formed school public health response team, which is made up of registered nurses, along with our colleagues at Maine DHHS and CDC, have been actively supporting our schools as a vital partner in the ongoing vaccination efforts for Maine. We're reaching out to schools across the state to help them prepare for the anticipated authorization of the Pfizer vaccine for youth ages 5 to 11. Schools are working with healthcare providers in their area, including hospitals, pharmacies, physicians' offices, federally qualified health centers, to ensure that there are dedicated pathways by which any and all eligible students can receive the vaccine that will ultimately increase their safety and in-person learning and decrease the spread of COVID-19. And go ahead to the next slide. So testing remains vitally important in managing pandemic in our schools. Our testing program is available to all schools in the state and is supporting them every single day. Rapid antigen testing, which we are using Binax now for the most part, is used for symptomatic individuals at school. So those that are symptomatic can be tested before they're being sent home. They can also be used for testing of unvaccinated staff that are identified as close contacts if they do need to continue to work while they're in their quarantine period, so long as they are not presenting with any symptoms. The last main use of the Binax test program is for reflex testing when there's a positive pool result in the pooled testing program. Pooled testing, which is used as surveillance testing to identify COVID-19 very early, potentially even before someone is infectious, is really successful in our state. We have 69% of our schools enrolled in this program, and that equates 160 out of the 360 school districts or entities for those private schools. Some of these schools have not actually started testing yet, but are still in the process of setting up. But our vendor Concentric, who works with several other states across the nation, report that Maine continues to outpace all of their other jurisdictions, both in terms of participation rates within the schools, which is currently at about 40%, and with the proportion of schools that are enrolled. So far, we've had 362 positive pools out of 17,194 pools which have been tested. That's a positivity rate of about 2.2%. When there's a positive pool, all who were in that positive pool are tested using the Binax Now, and those that are negative and identified as close contacts may continue to stay in school and participate in all of their school activities, just so long as they're enrolled in the program and they continue to have no symptoms. Only the positive case is the one that has to leave school and isolate for their 10-day period. Go ahead to the next slide. The department continues to support schools with the DOE contact tracing team, which was formed last November as cases in Maine started to surge. They've been working since then to monitor close contacts through the SARA alert system, working alongside the CDC, providing education to those that report being symptomatic or helping to understand the quarantine guidelines in general. The week of October 11th, we had a daily average of 2,868 close contacts in our system. And the average daily hours of support that were provided by this team was 32.7 hours every single day. The school public health response team is also working hard they're a group of nurses that are working to provide support to schools in all things COVID, vaccination, contact tracing, pool testing, Binax Now testing. And they are assigned regionally across the state. And finally, the increased workload for school nurses due to the pandemic has put an immeasurable strain on our workforce over the past 2 years. And while we recognize that schools have been provided additional funding to support increasing staff, there isn't always available staff to hire. Finding experienced school nurses to provide for the health needs of students is challenging even in absence of a pandemic. So as part of the funding from the US CDC for COVID-19 emergency response, DHHS is partnering with us to contract with an agency that provides telehealth school nursing services. This model was chosen as a priority to expand the reach of school nursing services while recognizing there's a shortage of nurses nationwide, and simply creating more school nursing positions is not going to meet the immediate need for schools. We look forward to providing schools with more information on this exciting endeavor very soon. And with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Chelsea.
Thank you, Emily. So as I said on the outset, we are going to provide you an update today on the report backs, work groups, task forces, and other assignments. Now, there were over 50 assignments provided to the DOE, and honoring the fact that we only have an hour, we've decided to only provide a sampling. So there will be a link that will be placed in the chat. That is the very same link that was on my previous slide, so that you can follow along as we go through the office updates. We also have the report backs on this slide, so that when I send you the slide deck, you can dig a little deeper. Go to the next slide, please, Kelly. And there's this connection that I wanted to make before my colleagues begin to provide their updates. And that is that we recognize there are items in statute that we provide you with an annual update. And there are some similarities between those annual updates and some of the report backs that have been assigned. And so our commitment to you is that in the coming weeks and months, before you come back together in January, we will have one robust binder for each of you that includes all of these report backs, but in a very thoughtful manner that clusters different topics together, so that as you're preparing for the session and our report back presentations, you'll have all of that information before you, and we can have some really thoughtful discussions together. Without going much further and taking time from my colleagues, I do want to move to the next slide because they have some great updates to provide. So Kelly, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to hand it back to Emily, and Emily is going to provide the update for the Office of School and Student Supports.
Well, hello again. I'm Emily Poland. I'm the school nurse consultant for the Department of Education, and I am one of the coordinators for the Office of School and Student Supports. So I'm going to provide a brief update on 3 of the bills that were assigned to us. And we'll start with the concussion. So LD 104 was the concussion work group has met monthly since May of 2021, and we are using the main concussion management initiative head injury tracker to collect the incidence of concussion from 25 schools that are already using this platform. This work group has invited athletic trainers, athletic directors, and school nurses from these 25 schools to an educational session that reviewed the request from LD 104, refreshed skills on how to use the HIT platform. And we have gotten some feedback that there is concern that due to the pandemic, we will get a limited amount of data for this very first year, but we understand that this is an ongoing project and the work will continue year after year. The department also released an article in the newsroom related to the resources available for concussion management. And there's an educational session planned later this fall to review best practices in head injury assessment for school nurses. LD 639 directed the department to work with a statewide coalition of domestic violence partners. Sorry, my chat keeps coming up in front of me. To work with domestic violence to develop and provide professional development on family or intimate partner violence for school counselors and other school staff, and then report out to the committee by January. Our school counselor specialist is collaborating with the main coalition to end domestic violence to provide domestic violence training to school counselors that are relevant to their work. Existing trainings are being modified and new school related content is being developed with the intention of having the first of likely 4 training modules ready for synchronous training toward the end of this year. LD 1049 was a resolve to promote education of students who participate in health education regarding common cancer symptoms, bone marrow registry, and organ donation. Our health education specialist has created a document with a brief statement that aligns to the resolve and provides links to some websites with general information and grade spans with lessons. Right now, this is linked on this health education resources page under our 10 content areas under the prevention and control of disease and disorders. It is titled Cancer Prevention Information for All Ages. We are working to create its own page within the health education resources and continue to meet with colleagues in cancer prevention who may have additional resources that would be available for schools in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And now we'll have Paige Nichols, the department's Chief Innovation Officer, provide us for an update with the Office of Innovation.
Thank you, Chelsea. Good morning. My name is Paige Nichols, and I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the Maine DOE. I'm here to give you a brief update on a few of the reports that my team is working on. LD 127 states that the Commissioner of Education shall establish a pilot program to award grants for the provision of professional development in computer science instruction for a period of 2 years, and that the Commissioner of Education shall distribute grant funds across all counties in the state equally among pre-kindergarten to grade 5, grade 6 to grade 8, and grade 9 to grade 12. Applications for this program became available on October 8th and will remain open until November 5th. The first round of awards will go out next month, and the next round will go out in the spring. Each round will award up to $25,000, and priority is given to applicants who do not currently offer computer science, serve socioeconomically disadvantaged school districts, demonstrate a commitment to high quality educator professional development that emphasizes computer science integration, and collaborate with other entities like community organizations or local businesses. Q&As for the application and grant program are being held over the next couple of weeks. A report on the pilot program will be made to the legislature after the program is up and running and before January 1st, 2023. Our Learning Technology Program. The Maine Learning Technology Initiative is in its 19th year and has evolved into MLTI 2.0, designed by the MLTI Advisory Board. MLTI 2.0 was developed with the goal of increasing Maine's digital learning by supporting the acquisition of the latest equipment and software, providing rigorous professional learning resources, delivering state-level technology support, and enhancing local management efforts through systematic monitoring and support grounded in continuous process improvement. So far, the implementation of MLTI 2.0 is going well. We've hired 5 MLTI ambassadors through the Distinguished Educator Program for 2 years, meaning that they are classroom teachers on loan from their schools to provide statewide instructional coaching and professional learning to MLTI participating schools. Additionally, the Office of Innovation has established SLAM, Student Leadership Ambassadors of Maine. As part of MLTI 2.0, SLAM is a statewide program that aims to engage students as leaders of technology integration in their schools and across the state. Lastly, 30,000 new devices have been deployed to 96% of Maine's 7th and 8th graders. We look forward to providing a full report in the coming months. Our digital content library. Maine Online Opportunities for Sustained Education, known as MOOSE, serves as the digital content library. MOOSE is an openly accessible asynchronous library of high-quality interdisciplinary project-based learning modules that cover all of the Maine learning results in pre-K through 12th grade. All modules were developed by Maine educators. In year 1, Maine DOE's Office of Innovation worked with our Office of Learning Systems and 364 Maine educators from 119 school districts and all 16 counties to develop nearly 300 learning modules. The DOE team provides professional development to module developers in technology integration, instructional design, digital accessible design, among others. In year 2, we're working with over 100 educators in phase 1 to develop pre-K through 12 interdisciplinary and project-based learning progressions in 5 topic areas aligned to the department's priorities. We're collaborating with field experts to provide module development, to support module development as well. In March 2022, we plan to publish all 5 progressions and begin work on a new set of progressions. Thank you. I'll pass it back to you now, Chelsea.
Thank you, Paige. I'd like to invite Erin Fraser and her team to provide the Office of Special Services update.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Fraser. I'm the Special Services Director, Bertha 22 at the Department of Education. We also have my colleagues, Jamie Mishu, who's the Part C Coordinator, and Roberta Lucas, who's the CDS Director for the state. And we're going to start with Jamie.
Good morning, everyone. First up, we have LD 135. Which asks DOE and DHHS to study a centralized billing process for both developmental and school-based services covered by MaineCare and other insurers. The second part of this bill looks at child find, as well as the exploration of expanded eligibility criteria, which may enable more children with less significant developmental delays to be served. There is no stakeholder group connected to this work, and most of the work for this bill has been completed. DOE representatives continue to meet with the Office of MaineCare Services monthly and are currently in the process of analyzing the data that has been collected in order to complete the study of a centralized billing process.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Roberta Lucas, and I'm going to speak out on LD 255. There are 3 major components of this LD. One is to advise the department on the development of a plan for the provision of early intervention services for children from birth to 3 and through the quasi-independent development agency structure. The second part is to explore and make recommendations on the federal extended Part C under 34 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 303 to 11, and refer to the resolve as the extended Part C option. And the third part is to make recommendations to the department on the provision of services for children 3 years of age. We have met with our TA department and our TA to the state, and we've looked at other states who are also using the extended Part C option and looking at their data and how that data might also influence us in our decision as we meet with our stakeholder group. And we're looking at the extended eligibility and the timeline. We are going to have a stakeholder meeting this coming week for 255, and then we'll have another one in November. I'm going to turn it over to Erin.
Thank you. So LD 386 explores the process for transitioning the provision of early childhood education services from 4 years of age plus to the regional CDS system to the school administrative units. That work really includes a process and a timeline to accomplish and complete that work. That has begun. The process and timeline have begun and will be included in our stakeholder work that will be coming up in the next few months. We also are tasked in this bill to make a recommendation for children with disabilities ages 3 years of age, whether or not these services should be provided through a quasi-independent agency or through the SAUs. So that's the work that will begin. We have stakeholder work this week as well. We're going to begin to explore the option of 3-year-old services and where those should be provided. All 3 bills for CDS will have attached reports that we'll be reviewing for this committee after the beginning of the next year. So LD 924 is the resolve to establish a task force to study the coordination of services and the expansion of educational programs and vocational opportunities for young adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities or acquired brain injury. We began work on a very extensive stakeholder group for extended eligibility when we extended that eligibility on January 21st of this year. That committee has met over the summer and meets approximately every 4 weeks. And we have developed a discussion guide, and we are also in development of a flow chart for decision making for extended eligibility. The discussion guide is being piloted this year. We're starting now for 3 different SAUs in our state, and then the stakeholder work will move beyond the free appropriate public education and move and focus on supports that occur for adults with disabilities after they complete school. So that is the update for the special services team. And I'll pass it back to Chelsea.
Thanks, Erin. And I'd like to invite Jeanette Kirk, our Chief of the Office of Learning Systems, to join us.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Kirk. I'm Chief of the Office of Learning Systems. I have my colleagues, Leanne Lawson, who is our coordinator for early learning, Dwight Littlefield, who is the State Director for CTE, and Diana DeWiron, who is our regional representative for Hancock County, and also our Life and Career Ready content specialist with me this morning to provide some additional updates. LD 44, we have 192 entities that have reported data within a statewide administered survey, which was provided during the summer break. The data reports that approximately $16,119,690 were allocated to summer programming, with 15,358 unique students served across the 192 entities. The report, due to the committee on November 15th, is in process and is on target for meeting the established deadline. LD 277, the department initially met with education stakeholders in the spring and summer of 2021 to examine a redesign of assessment. 50 education stakeholders have currently committed to continuing this conversation as collaborative thought partners to explore the possibilities to bring to fruition an authentic, meaningful assessment that supports a student's demonstration of knowledge and skills in an interdisciplinary manner. Meetings are being held bi-weekly, started on 10/18, and will run through the new year. I'd like to turn it over to Leanne Lawson, who can provide an additional update on 138.
Thank you, Jeanette. Good morning, everyone. As Jeanette said, I'm Leanne Larson, and I coordinate the early learning team within the Office of Learning Systems. LD 138 requires the department to conduct an analysis of reading assessment measures, locally established benchmarks for reading proficiency, reading achievement data, and reading instructional programs and resources being used by school units, with a focus on which measures, programs, resources, evidence-based practices, and educator supports are yielding student growth. An internal DOE work group composed of specialists from a variety of teams with direct connection to beginning reading and literacy across the pre-K to 3 grade span has been meeting bi-monthly since May. To date, the work group has reviewed current research related to beginning reading, examined Maine's state summative data from the past 10 years, reviewed work of other states in this area, and has designed a survey to collect information related to reading assessment measures, locally established benchmarks, and reading instructional programs and resources being used by schools. The school survey has been reviewed by education partners and is currently being tested in several Maine schools. The work group anticipates survey dissemination across the state by early November, with analysis of data beginning in early December. Results of this survey, combined with examination of summative data, will inform selection of schools to interview to learn more about successful practices yielding strong outcomes. Progress to date and initial findings will be reported back in January of 2022, with a second report that includes recommendations provided in December of 2022. And I will turn it over, I believe, to Diana Dwyron to keep us going.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be with all of you. And Representative Stearns, I really enjoyed working with you on LD 572. The update that I'll provide this morning is in 3 areas. One around the state employment projections, the other around collaboration with community and economic development, and the third around just how we're doing with career resources. So work is underway with the Department of Labor, Department of Labor Center for Workforce Research and Information. We've convened a group of educators to serve as a focus group with the Department of Education, and we've been providing feedback to the Department of Labor regarding representing state employment projections in a user-friendly way that can be navigated by grades 6 through 12 students. We're also, our next meeting will be at the end of November. And I'm also intending to convene a group of mathematics instructors to help develop sample units of study around statistical reasoning so students can interact with the Department of Labor employment projections and be able to make meaning out of those. I have been working with community and economic development and using some of their resources regarding regional economic themes, and plan to intend to group a group of economic teachers, high school teachers, to develop a unit that helps students see the connections between the economic themes and workforce development. And the third area with the Department of Education, in any of our career-related websites and web pages, we continue to update our web pages with opportunities and resources around career planning, career awareness, and career readiness. And I believe that I turn it over to Dwight Littlefield, my colleague Dwight Littlefield.
Great, thanks, Diana. Again, Dwight Littlefield, I'm the State Director for Career and Technical Education, and I'm here to talk about LD 313, which is an Act to Advance CTE opportunities in Maine. This is a work group that will provide a interim report back to you folks in December, and then a final report in March. There's several areas that we're going to discuss and address over the next several months. The work group has been assembled, and meetings are set up for November 2nd, November 23rd, and December 15th. So we're looking forward to jumping in and getting this work going and reporting back to you folks in December. And at this point, I will turn it back over to Chelsea.
Thank you so much, Dwight. We are going to transition to Angel Laredo from the Office of Higher Ed and Certification.
Good morning. My name is Angel Martinez Laredo. I'm the Director of Higher Education and Education Support Services. And today I'm going to be reporting back on LD 633, which is a resolve that directs us to review diversity, equity, and inclusion training for educators here in the state of Maine. This is very significant and important LD, which we in our team take very serious. In doing so, we've done 2 things. One is that we've gone out to our colleagues within the DOE to look at how this training occurs. And we also met with a lot of ed organizations like the MEA, MSMA, MedTech, and MPA to look at trainings and opportunities that they have for educators. And also we met with MEPRI researchers looking at to see the scope, the grand scope of this information. So what we've done is created a survey which we'll deploy relatively soon to all talking about DEA experiences within the state. But the other aspect of it is we've looked at not just the educator, but the student who's the recipient of a lot of these interactions and trainings to look at, see how they feel as their school's curriculum, pedagogy, and culture and strengths continue to move forward. So in doing so, the groups that we've connected with is the Maine Young People's Caucus, and also we've connected with the Maine student leaders, and which have given us input. So our plan is to deploy their survey relatively soon, and to be able to gather the data and provide a ample research once we've received the data and tabulated and created a sense of a summary for you, and to be able to move forward from this. So that's my report. So quick and easy. Now returning back to Chelsea.
Thank you, Angel. Joanne and Walter will provide the school finance and child nutrition updates.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Allen, the Director of School Finance and Operations. I'm going to highlight some progress on the 4 LDs that you see before you on the slide. We'll start with LD 281, which was enacted as Resolve Chapter 35, and it asked the department to analyze funding available through the EPS model related to student achievement gaps related to race and income. So the school finance team has been working in partnership with the ESE federal program team. The initial findings are indicating to the team that we may need a more in-depth analysis of the work, because the financial information that is reported to the department annually doesn't really provide the depth of information necessary to determine exactly how school administrative units are using these funds to address and support the achievement gaps. Fortunately, MEPRI will be reviewing the economically disadvantaged component of the EPS funding model during the current review cycle. So we'll work in closely with Amy Johnson and her team, and if their planned analysis determines that further data is needed for policy recommendations, we'll partner to design a survey out to SAUs to take a deeper dive into the use of their current funding. That being said, we will have a report available for the January 15th deadline, but just keep in mind it may be a bit inconclusive due to our fiscal data concerns. LD 362 was enacted as Resolve Chapter 37, and this asked the department to seek alternatives to the current child nutrition program eligibility criteria. We've convened an internal work group. We met on September 29th, and we're meeting again next week on November 2nd. We've discussed a number of alternatives. The most promising preliminarily is the outcome of the Federal Student Poverty Level Initiative, where Maine's a participant in that. And what this initiative does, it looks at student addresses overlaid with US Census economic data to determine if student poverty levels can be more accurately determined. There have been initial tests done in some very large cities, such as Atlanta, Georgia, and the results have been determined to be accurate down to a city block. So as we're a rural state, we've been given a small stipend to beta test the process to determine if that level of precision will hold up in our rural areas. We do feel this approach, if it does hold true, is the most promising because it appears to be highly accurate and it relies on data that we can readily access without having to contact other agencies for data. But I want you to keep in mind that any recommendations that we do make and that we may move forward with won't negate the need in our school units for the collection of the income determination forms. That currently is a USDA requirement, and until they change that, we will still have to distribute those forms in our school units. We're on track to give you a more in-depth analysis on this project with our January 15th timeline. LD 604 was enacted as Resolve Chapter 29, and this asked the department to report on charter school funding methods and protocols, and it asked us to partner with MEPRI. So fortunately, Amy Johnson will give you an update on that later this morning. She has some good information for you. And finally, LD 1188. This was enacted as Chapter 441, and it asked the department to report on the status of our minimum teacher salary initiative. So our school finance team is in the process of compiling the data for that report, and we will be ready to meet the December 1st timeline for that report. Also, as you know, statute contains the EPS component review cycle. So the fiscal 22 component plan is going to cover the following topics: special education, system administration, operation and maintenance, English learners, the economically disadvantaged weight that I talked about in conjunction with LD 281, and the pre-K to 2 student weight. So MEPRI will be working on these reports throughout the fiscal year. And again, I would defer to Amy during her presentation later for any in-depth information about this. And I'll turn it over to Walter Beasley now, and he'll give you an update on a couple of topics near and dear to child nutrition.
Good morning. It's a wonderful day out there. A little cold, but fall's here. So I got 2 updates. I'll make it brief for you. Pretty simple. My name's Walter Beasley. I'm Director of Child Nutrition and School Finance and Operations. Under Child Nutrition, we have school lunch and breakfast, summer food service program, USDA food, and the child adult food program as well. So we keep pretty busy over here. LD 655 was requesting a survey of schools on the 30-minute lunch period to see what the challenges were, where we were, gather more facts. I have delayed that survey just in consideration of the continuously changing environment in schools. The food service staff is on screen trying to get everything done. And our first priority here is make sure the kids get fed. So we have pushed that back. It is ready to go. I'm looking at the first week of November as a possibility for it to go out. And we're going to use the the DOE Qualtrics survey program, which we've used many times before. And I'm trying to make sure that we can do one survey and cover a couple areas at the same time to minimize the disruption of their time. However, the report is requested to be back in December. I'd like to wait till the end of this January to get that report to you, just so I have time to collect it. I'm not sure if November will go out because of COVID and what people are doing. I just need time to compile that survey and get that out. But that's LD 65. Bottom line, it's on hold because of the work going on in the schools right now. The second one listed there is the alternative breakfast delivery service was introduced a month before COVID broke. So that's been a challenge as well. Schools have been doing all kinds of different things, feeding the classroom, which is one of the alternative systems we talked about. But we've put on hold as far as calling them and sending them letters to push them or get facts or anything like that. We've left them alone again during this time because they're probably doing it anyway. They're either hybrid, they're in classrooms, they're in hallways, or serving everywhere they can. So that's kind of been hold. We did have a lot of interest at the beginning of school year this year on about the program, about grants. We've seen quite a bit of a pickup on that, and I would expect to see some grants going out this quarter to help them with that project. It's kind of hard to measure right now when one of the guidelines is 50% or greater free and reduced, and not offering school lunch program for a year and a half. We operate the summer program. The number is a little bit different. So it's a challenge, but we are working on it, and it will be a great success. Thank you. Now I turn this over to Chelsea.
Thank you, Walter. Deputy Commissioner Chuda and JC Holmes are going to provide this update.
Thank you, Chelsea. Good morning, everyone. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. I'm Dan Chuda, Deputy Commissioner, and pleased to be with you this morning to update you on a few pieces that the Commissioner's office is working on. First, as you know, through your request, the department has been working on completing the Government Program Evaluation Act report, which we are nearing completion, and we'll be ready to present that to you. It's been a process of self-evaluation across the department and each of the teams, and we'll be pleased to present that to you. In the realm of federal relief funds, 2 updates for you. One is that the main jobs and recovery plan for the state. The work is well underway in this regard. This is an opportunity for us in many respects to work with our colleagues in other state agencies to come up with successful use of these. Most notably for our department is work within 4 realms. First is career and technical education and Dwight's team, the expansion of pre-K programs across our state with Leanne and her team. There are also aspects included in the MJRP related to adult education and higher education supports, including a navigator program. So those are well underway in the planning phases and development of opportunities in those 4 areas. The other piece I did want to update for you, I know that you will recall that we have provided you information about other federal relief funds that are available from the federal government to us and to schools. I won't go through the entire alphabet soup of all the names of the different pieces of funds and allocations that we receive. It started, you'll recall, with some coronavirus relief funds, the CRF funds, that really kicked off a whole long list of federal relief for both us at the department and for schools. And most recently through the American Rescue Plan, ARP, ESSER 3 funds. All told, I did some double checking on the math, but we have over $1 billion right now, that's billion with a B, of funds available, again, for efforts both at the state level and to local schools. One of those funds in particular is EANS. It's the Emergency Allocation for Non-Public Schools. I just wanted to point out to you that we are working with our colleagues in the private schools. The second EANS, EANS 2, did have a specific requirement that we identify private schools that have at least 40% of free and reduced meal eligible students. And at this point, we're not finding a school that has that level of economic need in those schools. We're looking at some alternative ways to determine that level of need and threshold. We've also heard that other states are in similar situations that we find ourselves, where we know that there's a level of economic need in our state and yet aren't able to meet the threshold that's required. So we do continue to work and have engaged with our private schools to have conversations about this determination in order to make that available. I'm going to shift gears here to rulemaking, and my colleague JC Holmes will assist in this list of rulemaking that's underway. You see it's a rather extensive list of what's going on right now. I'm going to chime back in on 115, but JC, if you would like to start us off at the top of the list.
I'm J.C. Holmes. I'm the Federal State Legislative Liaison and also the Rulemaking Coordinator for the department. As you can see, there are 8 rules that the department, and in the case of Chapter 126, was a joint rule with Department of Health and Human Services. That has completed rulemaking. It was to not add any additional diseases, but to make clarity in terms of some immunization. So that has been completed. The other 7, 33, 40, 60, 61, 115, 125, and 132 are all major substantive rules and will be going to the Joint Committee on Education. They are in the APA rulemaking process, so I really cannot speak to the individual language of those rules. They will be posted. We'll have a comment period. We'll have a legal review, be provisionally adopted by the end of December, and then go on to your committee, hopefully in as timely a manner as possible. I will turn it back to Dan Chuda, our deputy, to give you an update on Chapter 115.
Thank you, JC. Of particular note, I know that your committee is interested in 115 and have been receiving updates periodically from us and the state board. Just wanted to give you a quick sense of where that process is right now. This summer, starting in August, the state board did put a proposed 115 out for comment and held a hearing. That 30-day comment period concluded in the middle of September, at which time the Certification Higher Education Committee of the state board began reviewing the comments that were received. They have completed that review of all of the comments. There were 43 sets of comments that were received. So there was a bit of a lengthy document that they did go through to review and respond to each of the comments. They have decided, based on the comments, that they will make some changes to the proposed rule, some of which are significant enough that it warrants another comment period. So the full state board will hear an update from the committee tomorrow afternoon and make a decision to put that rule back out if the state board decides to do so. That would require another 30-day comment period, which they will receive comments and respond appropriately to those comments. But at this point, it does seem like we are on track for the state board to have a provisional adoption of the rule, probably in December, which will enable it to come to you folks in the next session. And I think with that, I will turn it back to Chelsea.
Thank you very much, Dan. I thank you all very much for joining us this morning, providing updates on just a sampling of the important work you're doing for our students across the state. I want to acknowledge that it is 10:02, and I know some of my colleagues have meetings that they must attend at 10 o'clock. I have confirmed, though, that Commissioner Macon and Deputy Commissioner Chuda are able to continue with the committee until 10:15. So if you do need to leave, it's okay, but I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Chuda and Commissioner Macon to stay on with us just for a bit longer and defer to the chairs for questions. So I see that there are many hands up, Senator Rafferty, and so we will take our slide deck down and follow your lead.
Sorry, I muted myself and couldn't find me again. We do have a couple of hands up, but thank you folks very much. We appreciate all the work that you're doing and the information you provided to us this morning, and look forward to continued updates. Certainly everyone's been very busy and we appreciate that. The hands up, I see a couple right now. I'll start with Representative Millette and followed by Representative Sampson.
If I may, Senator, there are a few key folks that did have to leave, and I just want to acknowledge that. Our nurse consultant, Emily Poland, needs to go to the CDC's 10 a.m. briefing, so she has left. And our CTE director and our early learning directors, they are here, but their cameras are off. So if you don't see them, that's why. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, so we'll raise the questions and then the appropriate person can respond. Okay, thank you very much. So I had, again, Representative Millette, I think, was followed by Representative Sampson.
Great. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, DOE team. You are formidable. And it's just really exciting and to hear all of the amazing work that's going on in the middle of some really challenging times. And I just got to say that when Commissioner Macon used the phrase education R&D, that just made my heart go pitter patter. Just love that. Recognizing that our educators are professionals and have really great resources to bring to the discussion of education and provide leadership on education in the state of Maine. So that's really awesome. I actually have 3 questions, Mr. Chair. First one is around child development services, in particular, the stakeholder group. Really would like to get groups, I should say, because there's 2. Would like to get some clarity on that. According to the resolve, within 30 days of enactment of the resolve, folks were to be invited to form the stakeholder group, and then that stakeholder group was to nominate or actually put into position a chair. I think if everybody recollects our conversations, our lengthy repeated conversations about this area, we put great import on these advisory committees, recognizing the importance of stakeholder buy-in throughout this process. And so these resolves were emergency. They were enacted in July. So my question is, first, when have they met? Do they have a chair? And the other thing I just recollected, the meetings of these advisory committees are supposed to be given notice to both the Education Committee and the Health and Human Services Committees, so that we may attend and listen in on the work of these committees. So I will just say for myself personally, I really viewed these committees as working in partnership with the department, and I'm really hoping to hear from the members of the department about how that is being made actual. And then if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I have a couple other smaller questions. Thanks.
So we have been following the laws, the bills to create these stakeholder meetings. There's 2 that are recommended, and we've connected with the stakeholders and gotten confirmation of the stakeholder input meetings, which are starting this week. We have 2 this week that are occurring both in the morning and the evening, and then we have 2 more in November. And then we will be sending out a live stream link shortly for people to have public participation in those meetings.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, I'll just like to engage with Ms. Fraser. I'm looking at the resolve. I don't see where we say meet twice. I see some clarity about the committee being invited to form within 30 days of the enactment of the resolve. I think 2 meetings, and how long are these meetings that you're scheduled?
They are, sorry, make sure, they're 90 minutes, 2 90-minute meetings.
So from my perspective, 2 90-minute meetings on these issues does not feel as if it's really a partnership with the department, and it feels more cursory. And that would be disappointing. But they will all come, it will all play out if that's the way the department wants to go when this comes back to the committee and the various stakeholders may or may not be satisfied with the work, right? So I will say, as somebody who was pretty heavily involved in this whole process, my hope was by having these advisory committees, the work with the stakeholder groups, the work with the grassroots, the families, the providers would all happen beforehand. So by the time it hits the committee, we're not being put in a position where we have to make impactful decisions different than the department and or stakeholders. In my 8-9 years now of being on the committee, that's rarely a productive experience and can result in further delays and confusion. So I apologize, Mr. Chair, that wasn't really a question, but I hope I'm conveying a sense of urgency that we don't end up in a place in January, February, where there's discord or disagreement around this issue that has been very difficult to resolve.
If I may, Erin, I'd like to just step in for some clarifying points. And so 255 was an emergency, but 3-6 had the emergency removed. And so the timing of the 2 is a bit staggered, but the links and the involvement of the committee throughout this process is important to us. So when it is created later this week, we'll make sure that we share that with all of you, but also with the general public, because I know that there are many families that are interested in this process and this conversation. And so I want to acknowledge, though, the tremendous amount of work that our special services team is engaging in to serve students throughout our state during this pandemic. And also note that I hear you, Representative Millett, and we agree with you. And that is why we want all of you to be aware of this work, why we picked those 3 for our sampling, because we want your engagement so that there are no surprises when we come back to you with recommendations from our advisory committees in January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the other quick question I have is on restraint and seclusion rulemaking. Chelsea, I think you all may be aware that there's a great deal of confusion and a high level of upsetness. Just wondering when the draft rules will be released, so there's perhaps some clarity about where the department is aiming.
The rules will be filed in the next day and will be posted. And there are statutory citations throughout the proposed rule, so that there would be clarity as to how the rule relates to the statute that was passed.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Okay, and then lastly, thank you for your patience, Mr. Chair. I know we're going to have a conversation about community schools with MEPRI, and I just kind of glanced through their presentation. I'm wondering if somebody can tell me how many schools have applied for the funding and how many have actually received funding. I believe we had a piece of paper that I was able to dig out, like $200,000 for community schools in Maine. I think we're allowed, the department is allowed to authorize 15. So before we hear from MEPRI about what they find, I just was hoping to get a little bit of a grounding in what you guys have seen around that work. Thank you.
Representative, I don't have that number with me at this moment, but I'll reach out to the team that can provide that right away.
Thank you very much. I see hands up from Representative Sampson and Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have two questions, one for Aaron Frazier, and the other would be for the commissioner. So if I could just, if Aaron's available, I'd like to just ask her about the CDS preschool children who, according to the Department of Education, were grandfathered to not have to be fully vaccinated for the, the Rule 126 that JC just talked about. However, there's a conflict with the Department of Health and Human Services and their policies. And children who were in school this year were removed from school 5 weeks later because of this conflict. And I would like to have her speak to that. And is there a resolution resolved between the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to rectify this?
I have been made aware of the conflict in the statute, and I'm working with the commissioner to resolve that issue. I don't have an update because the issue is not resolved. And in the meantime, CDS is planning educational experiences outside of preschool settings to make sure that kids are getting their IEP's needs met.
So does that mean that the children that have been removed from their programs are getting services now?
They're getting services outside of a preschool program.
Okay. Would you be able to keep me apprised to how this progresses? I would really appreciate it. Thank you. My other question is for Commissioner Macon, if she's available. And this is addressing the 5 to 11-year-old shots for COVID. And I wanted to hear more about what the plans are as far as, are there going to be clinics in the schools? And, where does this put the schools as far as if there's an emergency that would be occurring? Who's liable? How are they going to handle these? I've got some concerns just as far as statistically with 5 to 11-year-olds who will be subjected to possible myocarditis. We've seen the older age group, the 12-year-olds and up, the 12 to 7-year-olds, whose rate for myocarditis, which is life-threatening and can cause death, is like 100 times more. It's exponentially increased the younger the children are compared to the rate of myocarditis. This is, to me, a significant concern, and I would like to hear what the plans are. There's no studies on this, and the studies that our plan, they're working on, we're not going to have results until 24, 25. So I'd like to hear Pender Macon's thoughts on that and how we're going to progress.
So we were delighted to hear that the results of copious, well done global studies on the safety and the efficacy of these vaccinations for younger students would make it possible for Maine to work further to ensure health and safety of all of our students by promoting the vaccination for the 5 to 11-year-olds. We are encouraging and supporting districts in hosting vaccine clinics, and we are working to get accurate science-based information about the many studies about the benefits of this vaccine and its safety out there to the communities. So we're really grateful that it is on our doorstep, and I think it's going to really change the trajectory of this virus and its impact on our schools going forward.
I would like to see those studies that you are referring to, because I have a host of studies and a report that will be coming out today that shows statistics that are totally in contradiction to what you're saying. So I think we owe it to our children to proceed with caution. We already know there's a high rate of myocarditis in the younger children, the 12 to 17-year-olds. That was not expected. And do we want to risk our even younger children to potentially have a higher amount of myocarditis than the 12 to 17-year-olds? If you extrapolate what has already occurred, with 100% more myocarditis in the 12 to 17-year-olds than in those over 65, if you extrapolate that, we could likely see our youngest children with even higher rates. And I throw this caution out there, and I would rather we do a little more research and look under the hood a little bit further. And this causes me great concern.
Thank you for your concern. And I think that going into this, all parties are concerned, and we're doing the best we can based on the research being provided and used by the CDC statewide.
Senator, could I just add one little comment?
Comments, if you have a question.
It's just a little statement to add to what you just said, that these children are at the lowest risk of death and hospitalization for COVID. So we're playing some very dangerous games here.
I don't view it as a game. And I think that our goal is to see that students everywhere and people everywhere are at no risk. That's what we're targeting. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. One is probably Emily should have answered, but she's not here. What do we know about the recent outbreaks in the last few weeks and currently? What percentage of these outbreaks are students? Do we know that? And any of these students, have they been vaccinated? And have there been any deaths of students? I guess maybe the commissioner or somebody, I don't know who can answer this.
Yeah. Senator, I'll get you the data that we have on that. We don't have it right here at hand. And unfortunately, Emily Poland would have been the perfect person to ask. So I wouldn't want to take a stab at it, but I do know that the preponderance of those cases are students. There were far more students than adults. And but I don't have those exact numbers. I'll get them to you soon.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Sure.
And the second question, if I may, the SATs are being eliminated. What's the plan going forward as far as testing, preparing our students for college?
Yes, well, as we prepare them for college, that's happening through the instructional process and all of the amazing learning experiences they're getting right now in across all the grade levels. In terms of testing, we switched last year to the NWEA as an interim assessment in lieu of, and that's including for the high school level students. It's grades 3 through 8 and a high school assessment as required by the federal government. And that assessment is going to see us through until we working with, and we have been, Jeanette was describing earlier that she's been meeting throughout last spring and over the summer, and then with reinvigoration this fall with groups from across the state. They include school board members, parents, teachers, educational coaches, and so forth. They're all working together to create a statewide vision for how we're going to assess really amazing interdisciplinary, authentic student learning going forward. So, and it's Jeanette doesn't brag too much, but we've been invited by 3, maybe 4 innovative state assessment cohorts. We were selected because of the vision that Maine has been able to articulate in terms of getting our stakeholders to help us find an assessment that is meaningful, that informs instruction well, and that is not obtrusive in the way it's like an extra add-on thing at the end of each school year. So I'm really excited about what's coming in the future for that.
So this is the first actually full year we will not be having SATs, but go into the other form, right, of testing or assessment.
Actually, it was last year was the first. Oh, actually, you know what? The previous year, in fact, 2020, the spring of 2020, was so these nationally required, the federally required assessments were suspended nationwide because of the COVID pandemic. And then last spring, we had schools using the NWEA specifically because it provides data right away. It also is implementable remotely. And as you know, there were many situations nationwide, of course, and here in Maine, where kids were on either a remote or a hybrid learning plan. And so we planned way ahead to make sure we had an assessment that everyone could access, whether they were present in school or not in the spring. So we didn't do it last year. And now this will be the first year under the new legislation that you all passed last year that we wouldn't be offering the SAT as the required federal assessment.
Okay, thank you. I just trying to get caught up on where we were there.
Yeah, and it's some interesting, if you're interested in it, I'll send you some links. I believe all the Maine colleges, including the university system, have stopped using SAT as part of their admissions process. And that's also taking hold nationally. There's a lot of information about it.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I had some hands went up as I was writing. I think that was in this order, but in any case, Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Lyman and Representative Millette.
Thank you very much, Senator. And I just want to thank the commissioner and her entire staff or not the entire staff, but a good portion of the staff that was here today. It's the purpose of these meetings is to get this type of update and have the opportunity to make sure that we're kind of tracking in the same way and what our expectations will be through the end of the year and the beginning of next year. So I really appreciate the update and you know, like you, we're continuing to be concerned about COVID-19 and the effect it has on public schools. And we're glad to see that, you know, as best as possible, we're navigating and keeping the overwhelming majority of schools and children open and available for public education. So thank you very much for your hard work. I do have 2 questions, but I'm going to defer those, you know, maybe to an offline discussion. But we did just recently in Portland have an incident with an ed tech at Ocean School. And so at some point, I'd like to talk to you more to make sure that we have the appropriate protocols in place to hopefully prevent that going forward. And then recently, there's just been discussions about hazing. And I read in the paper on Friday that the MPA does not have a formal policy on hazing. So we might want to discuss that going forward at some future discussion. But again, thank you very much. And I look forward, we hopefully will have one more meeting, either November, early December, to continue to have this conversation and follow up. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lyman, followed by Representative Millet, please.
I too want to thank you for all the information this morning, but I appreciate Representative Brendan's information about talking to the updates. And so one of my questions is, may I too have the information, vaccine information that Representative Sampson asked you to share with her? I would appreciate having that as well. I'm taking it. Actually, it seems like all of the calls that I'm taking from constituents right now is in concerns to education, their students' placement, worries about vaccination. And I want to know what it is that, or how you could help me in answering their questions about what options they have for their children educationally when they choose time. Talking to very upset parents, not quite sure where to lead them. I've had not be, I'm out of education not very long. And because of that, folks are saying, why aren't there opportunities for us to have our children educated if we don't want to follow what's being asked in the public schools? So I would really appreciate help on how to communicate with these constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Well, I'm looking for the commissioner to give me like some information.
Okay,
I could use.
sorry.
Thank you.
We will make available to all of you the information about the safety of the COVID vaccine for kids. Also, there's a lot of information out there around the safety and importance of the overall childhood vaccination process that's required for public schools, and all of the rationale behind those rules. So we'll get that out to you.
And I appreciate that, but I want to follow up with that for those parents that ought not to have their children vaccinated. I want to be able to offer them support on what options they have for education of their children. They have the information that's out there, and they still want to make a particular decision in regards to their children. And I want to know what we have to say to them for options for education.
Okay, we'll get the information for you, so you'll have what you need to answer those questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to follow up on Senator Woodson's questions around the SAT, because I am starting to see some confusion as well. I am pretty sure it's in recent history that the state decided to use the SAT as the student assessment and therefore paid for it. If somebody somewhere could remind me at some point when that actually started, because I know many moons ago when I took the SAT, it was something that my family decided to do, we paid for, etc. So when did we actually make the SAT the state assessment? And now that it's no longer the state assessment and the schools are no longer paying for it, if you could provide any sort of information on resources available to families who may not be able to afford to take the SAT, that would be helpful as well. There may not be any, I don't know, but I haven't been able to find anything locally in my district, but I think that would be helpful. Thanks so much.
Sure, we'll get you that information. And I'm pretty sure the SAT advertises that they make it available for anybody who meets certain income guidelines. So I think that they have their own way of funding that, supposedly. So we'll look into it and we'll make it available.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Commissioner Macon. We have two parallel vaccination issues going on, if you will. One are the traditional vaccinations that per statute were mandatory this fall. And now at the same time, an upcoming, certainly looks like an upcoming availability of vaccinations for COVID. Am I correct? I hope I'm correct in saying that the COVID vaccination is not a requirement for children to attend school, highly recommended by the CDC, but not necessarily a requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, thanks for letting us clarify that, because it couldn't be a worse juxtaposition of these issues. So yeah, it's not required by law. It is absolutely advised by CDC that everybody who's eligible get that vaccine.
By the CDC. Mr. Chair, if I could have just a follow-up comment.
Go ahead.
Commissioner, and this is kind of a question/comment. In the information that goes out to parents from schools regarding this, will there be a statement included that it's highly recommended that parents consult their child's pediatrician or personal physician before making a decision?
Yes, in fact, that's one of the biggest communication bullets we have, because parents may be disinclined in some places to trust whatever, the government, the Department of Education, the CDC, but they do trust their local health authority or their local pediatrician. And so we are working in partnership throughout the state to make sure that those trusted messengers are the ones who are providing clear, understandable information to families while they make these very big decisions.
Very good. Thank you. It's incredibly important. The schools, as we all know, are so powerful in communicating with families, and that it could easily, I could see it, if it's not handled, the information isn't handled correctly, people would say, oh my goodness, they're having an opportunity for vaccinations at school. You have to do that or you can't go. And we need to make sure that that's very clear to all individuals. Thanks.
Thank you. I see hand up for Representative Brennan and Senator Woodson.
Just very quickly in response to Representative Millet's question, the SAT was implemented in 2006, 2007, and we were either the first state in the country or one of the first states in the country to use the SAT. And they do have a scholarship or a waiver program for low income or disadvantaged students. And I think it roughly costs $60 to $65 to take the test. But Chelsea or the commissioner can correct me on both of those items.
Representative, I think that's a good summary of what we talked about during the work session for 277, and I will follow up with those links.
Yep.
And I don't see any additional hands. So at this time, I think that I'd like to say thank you to all members of the Department of Education, specifically Chelsea and Commissioner Macon. Thank you for making yourselves available and answering all our questions and addressing concerns. We appreciate your communication today and continued communication as we move forward. So Commissioner and Aaron, as well as all the folks from MEPRI, thank you very much. We appreciate everything you've offered to us today and for your time and continued work and efforts. And thank you. I believe in terms of our agenda, next update will be coming from the post-secondary schools relative to openings, and to lead off the Maine Community College System, President Dagler. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and the members of the committee. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you. Always happy to give you an update. we have conflicting meetings here. I am joined by Janet Sorter, who is our Chief Academic Officer. And my plan is to offer just a concise update and then leave time for us to answer any questions you might have. We do want to be respectful of your time and make sure we leave plenty of time for my good friends. I'm going to share my screen here. My good friends, President Brennan and Chancellor Malloy. If I can share my screen for a quick second, I will start by giving you an update on our vaccination progress. That's been important information to you during the Department of Education conversations. You should know that all 6 of our collective bargaining units have willingly entered into MOUs that folks either have the option from the collective bargaining units of getting vaccinated or committing to testing twice a week. Based on all of the data that we have and the combined rate for all students, faculty, and staff who are scheduled to be on campus, our vaccination rate right now is over 98%. The colleges have offered vaccination clinics, ongoing education and messaging, and these efforts have really paid off. We also use, and you may recall this from last year, we use a smartphone screening app, and it's been incredibly useful. The colleges are managing dozens of close contacts and outbreaks within their regions, but we are not aware of any on-campus spread. So knock on wood, we are moving forward. With respect to enrollment, our enrollment for this year, the census date was just about 10 days ago. Our enrollment is down 5.9%. Most disheartening is the largest drop was with persisting students, or those students who were enrolled last spring and continued their education into the fall. That's down almost 12%. We've dug into that a bit. There are a couple different factors to point out. First of all, our students have always led complicated lives. They manage work, they manage family life, oftentimes intergenerational family life, where they're taking care of parents and children. And the pandemic just became too complex for many of them. It's also true that the very robust job market has really lured students out of our classrooms and into the workplace before they have the opportunity to earn a degree. It's important for you to know that while this continues a trend from prior year, last spring, every higher education sector across the country saw a dip in undergraduate enrollment. Graduate enrollments were actually up a bit. Community colleges were the hardest hit. They were down 9.5%. So MCCS's enrollment trend appears slightly better than the national average. Not that we're happy with the numbers, but we are doing better than our colleagues across the country. The declines have been most profound in traditional age students, those that are aged 18 to 24. And male students make up 2/3 of that decline. You may recall that I told you that FAFSA filings among low-income students were down 9%, and students who file late, often with plans to go to the community colleges, were down 14%. So this is a pandemic-driven trend, and our colleges are hard at work trying to counteract that. On the other side, our short-term training programs remain very popular. The appropriation that came from the legislature for the Maine Quality Center program had a significant impact supporting Maine people and economic recovery during the pandemic. Overall, we trained 73% more Mainers than we did the year before. Those comparisons, by the way, are for fiscal years ending June 30th. There are some important highlights. We trained 3,000 hospitality workers this year. That's in addition to the 1,200 we trained last year. These COVID readiness badges help keep innkeepers and restaurant owners safe. They also gave confidence to their patrons, allowing them to keep their businesses going. In addition, we trained 1,332 Maine people to work in high-tech Class 7 clean rooms. Those are the folks with the white zoot suits. They operate high-tech pneumatic machinery needed for COVID test swab production at Puritan Medical. So Maine people had an impact in managing the pandemic worldwide. There are also over 1,200 people who were either trained or in training in healthcare professions. The need for these phlebotomists, CNAs, LPNs, EMTs, substance abuse technicians, and so many others has been and continues to be very intense. Unfortunately, preparing nurses for our health systems is not possible in a short-term program, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Our success in short-term programming led us to a new and exciting model that was announced almost 3 weeks ago. Hopefully, some of you were able to tune in and tune into the stream as former Governor McKernan and Governor Mills joined Greg Powell, the chair of the Harold Alfond Foundation, in announcing the Harold Alfond Center for the Advancement of Maine's Workforce. This new center has no walls. It's a virtual statewide center that will combine federal, state, philanthropic, and industrial resources in one powerful vehicle to upskill 24,000 Mainers over the next 4 years. It's truly a public-private partnership. This new portfolio is unlike anything we know of, and we believe it will be truly transformational. It includes 3 stages or layers of training in education. Stage 1 includes plans to train 11,100 Mainers, giving them the entry-level skills they need to get a job in this technology-enriched economy. We're targeting healthcare, manufacturing, the green economy, hospitality, and others. Stage 2 is where the real innovation comes in. It includes training 9,900 incumbent workers, those that already have their jobs and are working for an employer. We're giving them and their companies skills they need to get ahead. Stage 2 training will increase productivity and build strength and endurance into our economy. Then we go to stage 3. We leverage all of the training and education that has been delivered, including prior learning experiences for adults with some college and no degree. And we will offer entirely new pathways to degree and credential attainment for 3,200 Mainers. And we know that 1/3 of Mainers looking for work feel they do not have the skills needed to succeed in the modern workplace. A recent study by the Department of Labor, Maine's Department of Labor, said that 20% of their applicants felt they needed additional training to be able to return to work. The Harold Alfond Center for the Advancement of Maine's Workforce will go to work to help deliver the skills and the hope those good Mainers need to restart their careers. The colleges have really doubled down during the pandemic. They've always been great partners in their communities, and their communities are noticing. The community colleges are finalists in 6 out of 8 working communities challenge grants being considered by the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. Those are programs that will enrich the entire community. KVCC has received a $2.8 million grant from the U.S. Department of Education for enhancing and delivering new programming to help its students succeed. And the Foundation for Maine's Community Colleges has raised almost $20 million this year. That includes the $15.5 million grant from the Harold Alfond Foundation. We have also, as you'll see on your screen right now, been widely considered by our federal legislators. The Senate Appropriations Bill currently includes $8.5 million for important programs in Maine's community colleges. These are new programs in aquaculture, extension of our logger training program, new programs in offshore wind technology, where we're partnering with Maine Maritime Academy, and expansion of programs in welding. Now, we await the outcome of the appropriations bill in the House of Representatives and the ensuing reconciliation process, but we're very appreciative of the support that we have received from Senators King and Collins. Your community colleges are doing incredible work. From the adjunct faculty member teaching one class while they're working full-time as an electrician because they know that the pipeline of electricians is shrinking, to the full-time faculty member who has dedicated their life to educating community college students. I'm humbled to be a part of their success. That said, we do have challenges that we face. The ongoing nature of this pandemic erodes the spirit of even the most committed educators. We're preparing for and dealing with new strains of the virus, but we know that the impact of the pandemic, both from a health and safety perspective and an economic perspective, has been terribly uneven. The most vulnerable people have been the ones that are hardest hit. Their loss of hope and aspiration will have long-term impact on our enrollments and, by extension, our economy. Our colleges are not immune from the incredible turbulence that is sweeping across the nation's workforce. People of all occupations are rethinking what they want to do. Because the demand for skilled people is so high, each vacancy results in lost productivity, and the replacement cost is inevitably higher. Our costs for people and the supplies they need for training and education are going up at a pace we have not seen in decades. People and supplies are not the only elements of a sound technical education. Keeping pace with the changes in the workplace technology so that all of our learners are taught on the equipment currently used in the workplace requires constant and consistent renewal. And here's the thing. While new technologies usually result in things being smaller and more efficient, the new technologies that we purchase have bigger and bigger price tags. So keeping current while staying within budget remains an ongoing challenge. Finally, one problem we all need to face is our healthcare systems. If we don't have quality healthcare, nothing else really matters. We're in constant communication with our healthcare partners, or should I say they're in constant communication with us. By the end of last week, the two major health systems in Maine had 1,255 vacancies for registered nurses alone. Across the healthcare system, all provider positions, there are over 4,500 vacancies in healthcare. So on that somber note, I will stop sharing, and Janet and I are here and available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, President Daigle.
I do apologize. Dan was also scheduled to be here. He's actually off to work with the governor's cabinet on healthcare workforce issues as we speak. I'll be joining him as soon as we're done here.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We do have a few questions. And I know that Representative McCrae's had his hand up, followed by Senator Woodson, Representative Millette, and Representative Sampson. Please.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Daigle. A very complete and well put together presentation. Much appreciated. It's good to see you. I have a very specific question having to do with NMCC up here in the county. I noticed there are some of the CCs that have actually increased enrollment by 17 or 20%, and NMCC is down like 23. That's like a 40% spread. And I'm just wondering, do you have any rationale as to what, or reasons why that is down so much in the county up here?
Two reasons. One is really, frankly, the power of small numbers. NMCC is, you noticed on the other side, Washington County had a couple programs that had increases and it actually pulled their enrollment positive. It's what we call the power of small numbers. Yep. And one of the things that has happened in Northern Maine is that there has been, the good news for you is I think a little bit more robust economic activity, and our students are getting pulled out of classrooms and into the workforce because there's just not a lot of qualified labor in the county.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, please, followed by Representative Millette and Representative Sampson.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, President Daigle, for being here. And I just want to express my appreciation and how proud I am of not only your effort and the community colleges, but higher education, but also the support that the legislators and the general public, the federal government, is finally realizing the importance of training our workforce and improving it. So I'm extremely pleased that you're here, and it's good things are going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're going to be really excited by the work that comes out of this new center as we begin with short-term training and we find new pathways to bring those students in coordination with the businesses that we're serving back into classrooms and continue their education. It's pretty exciting.
Thank you. Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Degler, and I'll echo my colleagues. It's a very informative presentation and very exciting. As I was listening to, contrasting the original, the beginning part about the decline in enrollment, and then this remarkable discussion about the increase in training, I am wondering if the training is siphoning from your regular 2-year enrollment. And if anyone has actually looked at that.
So it is a very common question, Representative Millette, and it is, it's really not all, it's not possible to tell whether an individual, we would have to interview each and every individual and ask them, did they consider an educational program? I will tell you, and I think several of you have been to the North Woods, and I go up and I talk to those trainees. I talk to trainees in our welding programs and our manufacturing technology programs. And I ask them about college because my preferred path would be to have them go to college, get a degree, and then move through. And I get, generally speaking, 3 universal answers. They say things like, I want to work with my hands. I don't do well in classroom type work. I don't like book work. Those are common characteristics and common refrains from those students. I won't take the time to show it to you, but I could show you a picture of the students in the North Woods who tell me that they don't like classroom work. And they're gathered around a tree with a whiteboard hanging on the tree, and they're working on mathematical equations. They're working on fractions, but they're in their environment. And so I think that there are a lot of dynamics in the workplace. Right now, the hose pressure for filling vacancies that are holding back our economy, businesses that can't fill orders because they don't have the workers, has created intense pressure. And I think that those folks would be going into those jobs regardless of whatever path we provided. By giving them some entry-level skills, we provide them a faster start. Now with the Alphon Center, by providing ongoing training that leads back into classroom activities, we think we can find a new path into degree and credential completion. But it's impossible to know, and it is a common question. Are students opting for short-term programs over classroom-oriented work? And there might be some of that, but I will also tell you that for as long as I've been here, we've been trying to hammer down on that 40% of high school students who don't go on to higher education, and we've not really made a meaningful dent. So I can't be 100% sure how much is really drawing them off and how much is just the natural pace of their activity. And I can tell you that on the other end of the economic spectrum, students applying to graduate school, students coming from higher income households, are going on to college in incredible numbers with new aspiration and new hope and new purpose. So what we're really doing is trying to find a new pathway in.
Understandable. I mean, I have 2 thoughts. One is for those students, because you mentioned earlier that there was a concern about a percentage of community college students who were not persisting. So those are names that the community college system does possess, and maybe there's a way, right, to cross-check between those names and names of students who are enrolled in training. Just it would be a really interesting thought exercise, I think. And in addition, I commend the partnership between the community colleges and our business community. I think that this is a very powerful model that we want to continue to invest in. So I really think it's important that the system and businesses think about ways that we can capture the data around around these students, around the, not students, around these young adults who are participating, and what some of their aspirations are, long-term plans are, just so we have a fuller picture about what investments are being made into our workforce through these programs. The more data we have, the better economic argument we can make for investing more or minimally maintaining these investments, and optimistically, further growing these investments. So I would love for folks at the system to think about ways that you can capture this data. I understand that you don't have it now, but I think going forward, given the high level of investment that we've got going right now, thanks to ARPA and new state monies, it would be really good to have that. I'm going to put, if I can, I'm just going to throw in my next question, just because I know everybody else is looking at.
If you can, Representative Miller, if Dr. Sorter can just respond to the first half of that. Your point on the data is very valuable, and we have done work in that arena. And I think Janet can give us a very concise look at that. Janet?
Yes. So we are building robust databases to look at the students who have some credits and who have left us, to see where they are, what they're doing, and what the barriers they're facing to reconnect. We commissioned a research study and focus groups to really dig into what's happening to the adults with some credits, no credentials. We also are doing work to try to identify the what the outcomes for our dual enrollment students are. And what is happening to the 40% of high school students who do not, even though they've earned credits, they don't pursue any post-secondary training or education, and to figure out, what's happening to them in try to address those barriers. They are, quite frankly, I'll tell you, hard to get to. They don't respond to surveys in the way that we would like, but we're digging into it because we want to know the answers to those questions also, because we obviously really believe that post-secondary training and education will transform their lives, and we want to see everybody have a better future.
What we've seen in the work that we have done through those studies is that it's largely women in general studies who don't have real purpose and don't have real goals. And so we're shaping new pathway experiences to try and really refine how they approach college and give them goals and aspirations to stay in college.
And it's that lack of goals that was really a common barrier for both groups. And it was really striking, the degree to which that informed what, whether they not only would go, but whether they would persist. And we are working with our partners to try to figure out how to better help and support our students to set clear goals and make that connection between the job opportunities in their community and that training and education opportunities that will get them to that goal. But having that initial goal is a really critical first step, and we think that will make a big difference.
Thank you. And I know that the community college system was an early adopter of student support teams. So I'm sure that they're probably going to be looking at that as well, in terms of whether those students were reached, and if so, how and what changes could be made. But and I appreciate all of that work on trying to find the students who are not participating or are failing to persist. But my question and comment was really very specifically targeted towards the training, the new growing investment in workforce training, short-term training, and trying to get some clearer data on that, I think would be really helpful, because that is certainly, to go from 2000, so it's a 300% increase in 3 years is really quite stunning, and reflective of some. It's clearly working. So just to have some clearer data and background on that, I think would be really helpful going forward. My second question or thought around is, what Mr. Degler, President Degler, you mentioned around the healthcare worker crisis. You know, I mean, I remember very clearly when I first came on the committee, we were hearing about this as an issue all the way back then, and efforts that were underway in the community college system to try to broaden the pipeline. I wonder if there's any sort of conversations between the healthcare institutions, the employers, and community college professors about digging into perhaps why, just like we're struggling with teachers as well, right? So what is it that we can, in addition to raising the minimum salary for teachers and making sure our healthcare professionals are getting a livable wage, what are the other issues that are holding young people back from identifying the healthcare profession, nursing in particular, as a pathway of interest? And so, I think, especially in the middle of a pandemic, I've been hearing, not just from the department, but from other professionals, that morale in our schools is at an all-time low. I suspect it could very well be the same for our healthcare professionals. So just looking at some of those other, not just the pipeline per se, but what's influencing the pipeline. Thanks.
Well, so do understand that in terms of that pipeline, we have 1,500 applicants for nursing slots, and we have 240 nursing slots. It's a capacity issue. You all endorsed a bill last session that would have allowed us to double our nursing supply. And the healthcare providers are willing to cost share or contribute to that. But we need permanent funding to it's a 2-year program. So we need the permanent funding to be able to make that happen. We need the partnership with the healthcare institutions for the placements. But the healthcare, the nursing accreditation requires 1 faculty member for 8 clinical students. And so that is where the capacity juggernaut is right now. There is real aspiration to go into the health professions. And we're sorting those students who are not getting into nursing programs, into medical assisting programs, and into LPN programs. And we're creating pathways that will allow them to use that experience in those lower credential areas and advance their experience. So, but it's not a lack of aspiration to go into healthcare. It's a lack of capacity for healthcare.
Thank you. I did not know that. That's really helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President Dagler. Actually, my question was tightly connected to what Representative Millett just shared with you. I essentially wanted to maybe focus a little bit more on the current increase in openings for these healthcare workers, and what are some of the factors that you've identified that could be problematic with why there's an increase in these vacancies, and if that somehow that correlates with some of the other issues that you might be dealing with, like the enrollment issue and that sort of.
As I indicated, we can quickly, easily expand our healthcare programs. There is plenty of demand for those students. I will tell you, and I think I'm through no fault of the healthcare institution. In healthcare institutions, the pandemic has been exhausting, and you layer into that this rather international phenomenon that's taking place, where people are rethinking their lives and rethinking the work that they do in their lives. And you may have read about things called the Great Resignation or the Great Transformation, but people are resorting themselves in the workplace. And healthcare is one of the places that's been impacted. Their vacancy rate is almost, not quite, but almost double what it was a year ago. We're working very closely with the healthcare partners and doing everything we can But we understand that those, especially nurses, are physically exhausted and opting out of at least bedside nursing as a profession.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, did you have a question?
No, I keep forgetting to lower my hand. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Folks, anyone else for President Degler? Well, again, just want to say thank you, sir, for making yourself available today and for the information provided, but most importantly for your continued efforts and work on behalf of education throughout Maine. So thank you. Thank you all.
It's my pleasure, and I'm proud to be here. So thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Direction we're headed here. Yeah. Agenda right. We have University of Maine.
Yes.
Chancellor Malloy. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Great to be with you and with the committee. I'm happy to have heard President Degler's remarks as well. He and I had a meeting last week, as we are required to do by legislative mandate, but we actually like each other. And we had our heads of our boards with us to discuss some of the very same issues that were discussed by him. In particular, that choke point with respect to the production of nurses, most particularly in our state, and our inability to respond to this great need because of some regulations and some requirements that are in place. There are many states that have ratios on clinical work that are very different than our own. And both the president and I said that we'd put together a schedule of what those other states require as we look at it. In many cases, standards were set before the technology that we're, for instance, using today or handheld devices was available. So we will circle back on that particular point. Let me begin, however, stop my review of what was a very good presentation by the president to thank you, thank the members of the legislature for a 3% increase in our budgetary allowance. I'll address labor contracts in a few moments, and suffice it to say, we are very grateful for the increased funding. On the other hand, I can also tell you that it won't match our contracts requirements as it has not in the past. And quite frankly, we are in the midst of planning for what that might mean to the funding of our various universities. Having said that, I'd like to start with enrollment. We've had a very good enrollment year. Actually, if you combine graduate and undergraduate education, we're only down 141 students as of our census date, which is extraordinary in the United States. We do see a little more weakness on the undergraduate side, reflective of some of the demographic challenges here in Maine, as well as students being siphoned off to go back to work in parts of the state where they can make a lot more money than they could have when they started their education. And so that's a challenge for us. On the other hand, because we have a graduate program, strong graduate programs that are nimble and have grown rapidly, we've offset some of the loss or on our undergraduate side. We've also seen an increase in different types of students. Our out-of-state student body has increased. I know that always makes people in the legislature nervous. Let me assure you, they're paying more money and they're helping to pay for the education of our in-state students, and particularly at a time when the demographics within Maine are very difficult for us on filling undergraduate spots. Again, I would tell you that the graduate program programs in our state will inure to the benefit of the people of the state of Maine, as well as our undergraduate. After all, we are the largest producer of those degrees for the marketplace here in Maine. And we are at the same time stepping up our outreach to our business partners. I know that President Farini-Mundy is joining us in this call. The efforts at our research university are really quite extraordinary with respect to that outreach. I will remind those of you who participated in our early days of the COVID experience, where we demonstrated to you that outreach on a weekly or biweekly basis, still continues to this day with a major outreach to make sure that we're making our research capacity as well as our human capital development capacity available to all parts of the state. And so we're very proud of that issue. With respect to the experience of COVID, but for the money supplied by the state and the federal government, we would be in a very, very, very dark place. But because of the efforts in Washington and because of the dollars that in some cases flowed to the state and were allocated to help us defray very large scale costs with respect to ongoing testing, we would have been in desperate situation. With respect to our own students, we are very proud of the rate of vaccination that students have had. We also have acknowledged the right of people to raise religious exemption requests as well as physical incapacity requests. But all in all, our student body has responded amazingly well. We're very proud of that effort. Our employees, both staff, faculty, and part-time, are responding as we speak to testing protocols as well as vaccination protocols. And we are just continuing to digest the implications of certain federal mandates that have come at us that are, quite frankly, different than our own mandates and those of the state. And so we are making sure that our faculty, staff, and administrators are aware of those requirements so that we not violate any of our contracts with federal authorities. And that's a very important matter to us on the compliance side. On the labor side, we have reached agreements with all but one of our representative organizations. Some of the highlights might include a 15-hour minimum wage for regular employees starting this year in service and maintenance and clerical and police work. We are, in fact, raising incomes for Maine families through the agreements that we have already raised. As I warned you, I would tell you that we are estimating total cost of those settlements to be substantially beyond the 3% increase that we have seen in the budget. I don't think that surprises anyone. I think everyone was aware that all of our contracts were open and yet to be negotiated. Obviously, the state has reached its agreements, and we continue to work with our faculty union to see if we can reach an agreement with respect to them. I would also note that Becky White, who was the president of UMaine Augusta, has moved on to other work on behalf of the people of the state of Maine and former employees and future former employees. And so a search has already begun. It has formally started with respect to that position. We'll keep you posted on a regular basis. And Glenn Cummings has expressed his desire to leave the presidency at Southern Maine and return to faculty. And we will be starting shortly a formal process to fill that position as well. Let me also say that I know that President Joan Farini-Mundy is joining us. She has been a partner with respect to our adherence to the science of the COVID experience. And I appreciate that work. I've already told you the outreach work that our research university is doing to the business community. And I will also tell you that a new obligation since last year, and that is her work on behalf of the entire university constellation, state university constellation, with respect to stepping up our efforts and making sure faculty at all of our campuses understand the ability to fund or to receive funds to do research. With that, I'd like, with your permission, Chair, to turn it over to President Farini-Mundy for brief comments, and then we'll take your questions.
Yes, thank you and welcome, President Farini.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chancellor, for inviting me to be able to be a part of these comments. I just want to reiterate my thanks on behalf of the University of Maine and the research enterprise across the University of Maine system. Thanks to the legislature for your incredible and steadfast support, which has been especially vital during this pandemic. I will just raise a few highlights. First of all, as the Chancellor has mentioned, we were quite successful, continue to be quite successful, holding the line against the COVID-19 pandemic with great work from our Science Advisory Committee that is reading the latest science and following up by recommending any changes we need to make as we go ahead. And that's been incredibly important, and I'm grateful to be a part of that work. We also are very focused on student success and student retention, and that's where I wanted to make just a couple of remarks. With generous support from the Harold Alfond Foundation, and really undergirded by, in many cases, MEIF support from the state because of our ability to have an R&D infrastructure in place. We have this past year at the University of Maine to begin launched something that we're calling the Research Learning Experience Program. And what this is about, and it's very well documented in the research literature, it's about student retention. It's about helping first-year students as they come to college brand new, and of course, our first-year students coming out of a terribly difficult time, disrupted high school experience, come brand new to the university. It's meant to connect them immediately to faculty and graduate students who are doing research, scholarly work, creative innovation, but something that takes them really beyond a more traditional classroom into what is often a kind of hands-on learning experience, listening to David Degler speak about the standing around a tree and looking at a whiteboard. You know, that kind of image is just wonderful, and it applies so broadly. But the idea is universities are about creating new knowledge, solving complex problems, creating innovations that can make a difference in a state. And we want our first-year students to experience that. It's more common for juniors and seniors to have internships and to get to do that. So we launched that this fall under the leadership of the UMaine Provost John Volin. Approximately 250 students participated, largely first year. We invited a few second year as well. And the idea was that they did a summer bridge program, and now they are participating in 1-credit courses across all of the disciplines of the university. We're evaluating it and assessing it carefully, but we have some very early data that are quite intriguing. And that is that the withdrawal rate of the students who are not in this experience is twice that of those who are enrolled. That is to say, we are seeing early indications that they are staying with us. And the whole idea is to find as many ways as we can to work on retention, while at the same time introducing these students to research, which in many cases is of direct benefit to the state of Maine, and which could become an area of professional preparation for them as they proceed. We will be scaling this effort out across the entire system beginning next fall. So we're very excited about that. And we are still, of course, needing external funds to be able to launch this, but we believe it's going to make a big difference. And because the Alfond gift allows for public-private partnerships here, we're able to count toward the match a variety of funds. So I just wish again to thank the committee for your great support. As you know, we're always delighted to provide information and more depth on any of these topics, answer your questions. I will say that the University of Maine has appointed a new dean of the College of Education and Human Development, Dr. Penny Bishop, comes to us from the University of Vermont. She's fantastic. And she and I and Commissioner Macon have already had a chance to meet. She's already deeply engaged with Maine Public Schools And so if there is a time at which you would like to hear more about policy and programs from Dr. Bishop, we'd be happy to provide that as well. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, at this time? Okay, great. So, yes, Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chancellor Malloy and Humane System team. Again, some encouraging signs for sure on making it through this really challenging time. Particularly thrilled to hear about this new initiative around student support and assistance. Again, I remember very clearly when first coming on 9 years ago, this was a really big topic. And I think we were actually requiring all of our higher eds to report, I think annually even, on retention and all of that. So I'm glad to see some of that work playing out. I'm curious to know how that works with programs that are in place on other campuses or universities like TRIO. And I think Upward Bound, those young people come to the State House and help bring us up to speed on some of the amazing work that they're doing around retention. So just curious how that kind of wraps into this particular new initiative.
If I can, and then ask President Faria Monday to comment as well. What I would say to you is every program we have around retention in particular, and success, which is defined as the acquisition of a degree or certification, we're stepping up more programs, putting more money into that issue. I will tell you that I think the COVID experience is hurting us with respect to that. Reference to marketplace pressures on siblings to go to work, to help support families or to take care of families, does not affect us perhaps numbers wise as greatly as it does the community college audience of students. But we have very many students who are non-traditional. That is, they're coming back to finish a baccalaureate degree, or there's been a break in that, or they're caring for family, or they're doing all of that and working. So we are seeing some of that, particularly reflected in some of our undergraduate numbers. But all of those other programs are intact, are funded, are moving forward, including our work around veterans, which has been highlighted previously and is acknowledged. And then, quite frankly, our outreach to the prison population is growing as well. So lots of things going on around the issue of retention. This program that was described by the president is a relatively new one. It was one of the themes that we touched upon in our presentation to the Alphon Foundation when they made their record-breaking commitment to us, a portion of those monies directed to this particular area. And this was started at one of our universities, but is intended to grow at all of our universities.
I would just add that these programs all will be working, already are working, but they'll all work in tandem in good coordination. For example, in this RLE effort, we've taken care to make sure that our demographic range of student participants mirrors what we have at the university, so that we are seeing students across the SES spectrum as well as by other variables. So we're able to help with specific groups by plugging back into TRIO and other areas as we go forward.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I actually have a couple of other questions, but I also just want to, Chancellor, you brought up the excellent point about our work incarcerated. I think some of you know I'm on the New England Board of Higher Education and the Legislative Advisory Committee. We had a tremendous presentation on that work for New England, and Maine was a model program for that. I think we still have ways to go to make it more robust and to really wrap around more participants, but it was really fantastic to hear about, and would encourage the university to think about maybe bringing our committee up to speed on that work as well, because it's an important part of our future workforce. So really great work on that. So I would love, I don't expect it for today, but for the future, I would like to understand, and I think would be important for the committee to understand the work around the unified accreditation, and how that may be changing how we look at the university system, main system. I believe there have been some instances where the university system has referred to 6 campuses or 6 universities in describing itself. And by statute, right now, we're supposed to have 7 universities. And I've been hearing some concern, particularly around Machias, maybe perhaps not being viewed as a university, or not being viewed as a separate campus, let alone a separate university. This is a really big undertaking. I think it has, I'm thinking that's what's impacting this. And I really would appreciate having a really deep dive into this, because I think everyone here knows that by statute right now, we are required to have 7 universities. And in addition, we've had some pretty high profile departures from the university system. Becky White and, oh, good Lord, it just flew out of my head. Humane
Glenn
system.
Cummings.
Yes, thank you, Glenn Cummings. I'm not even a senior, so that's a little scary. Anyway, or at least in my mind, I'm not a senior. Maybe I am. Okay, enough about me. So we've had a couple of high profile departures, and I would appreciate, I'm fearful that maybe some of this consolidation or unified accreditation may be having a negative impact on current university leadership and their ability to provide that leadership within the context of unified accreditation. Not sure, but it sent up a red flag for me. So this is a really big topic. We are at 11:30. Chancellor, and this came out of left field with you guys, so I do not expect a full-blown dive into this, but I really do think maybe Chair Brennan and Chair Rafferty, if we can maybe give the system a heads up for the next time we all get together, would love to dive into that deeper. And then before I unleash the hounds, my last question is, I've been hearing from some retirees that there's been some communication from, I think it's Aon, that was pretty dire in terms of you have to sign up now, or if you don't, you'll never get on again. Wondering if you've heard that as well, and if you have, what's being done to help reassure the retirees that what the truth is versus what's being portrayed to them by Aon. Thank you so much.
There's a whole lot of stuff in there. So let me start with unified accreditation. I do not believe that unified accreditation has anything to do with the departure of 2 of our leaders. Both of those leaders have held positions in excess of the average term of such office holders in those places. People do make decisions about financial and lifestyle, and those get baked into the mix, just as they do for legislators who sometimes leave before they might otherwise be required to leave. With respect to the universities and the use of unified accreditation, quite frankly, we're in the very beginning stages of understanding the possibilities and quite frankly, what that might represent in growth of programs, particularly at smaller universities that may not have the budgetary assets to step up additional programs, even though those programs might be helpful to their university or the population being educated there. So we are really just at the very beginning of that, and I suspect suspect if you're hearing complaints, it's because people don't understand what the future might bring, and there's always a fear of change. As I say, everyone says they want change, but really what they want is for you to change. And so we have to work our way through all of that and understand what the implications are. We, as you know, we have a dwindling in-state student population reflective of Maine's demographics, which puts great challenges on all of our universities. How we rise to the financial occasion of that, particularly as I mentioned earlier, in situations where we do, and we're very grateful for any increase we get, but our response to those increases has been to freeze our tuitions 7 out of 12 years. And to substantially lower the ratio of family income going to support a college experience for a family member in our state system. We're very proud of those efforts, but plainly and clearly, we do have those demographic and financial challenges that we have to respond to if we're going to be successful in delivering on or delivering to the people of Maine the human assets, that human component of a effective workforce, well-trained and well-degreed. So we'll continue to rise to that occasion. With respect to the ALON comments, I have not heard that, nor have I had any communications come into my office. There are particular rules, particularly around those individuals with respect to Medicare, where there are deadlines that if passed, can eliminate people's potential for certain services to be rendered, if not permanently, certainly on a yearly basis. So, but we'll look into that. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Normally, I would have expected to have gotten some complaint to my office. I have not received that.
Thank you. And I just want to be very clear. I'm not around unified accreditation. This is coming from me and my awareness of this coming underway and seeing a couple of things that were red flags. And so I think it would be good if we as a committee could have a more formal update as to where the process is, what are the various steps, what are the milestones, et cetera. That way I don't have to surprise you on a
No. And again, I'm happy to do that. But what I would honestly say is we're at the very beginning, not anywhere near the middle. It is an important tool, and we are a unified accredited system now under which each of our universities operate. So it is a difference. That difference already exists by our primary accreditor, NECHI, which you're familiar with. And now we look to how we might allow the population of Maine to benefit from a unified accredited institution that can do more things at more places than they could have previously.
I'm sorry, Mr. If I could just throw, so then I guess my question then really comes down to why is the university system referring to 6 campuses instead of 7?
Well, that I think I'll turn to President Farini-Mundi, but I would say that the difficulties out at Machias, both demographically and financial, existed long before I got here. The decision to operate that university differently was made before I was here. And I think what we are in fact responding to is to a declining population in part in various parts of our state, which is having an impact, for instance, on other universities within our constellation. This one was, again, a particularly deep one at the moment that additional steps had to be taken. With that, I'll turn it over to the president.
Thank you, and thank you for the wonderful question, Representative Millett. It is it's a little bit complicated because unified accreditation is one construct, and then the combination really of what's happening at Machias with unified accreditation is sort of separate. So Machias was designated to be a regional campus of the University of Maine, backed by the Board of Trustees in 2016. It still remains the University of Maine at Machias. It essentially lives kind of in both places. Those references to 6 campuses, I have seen those as well. And to 6 universities, and we are working to correct that. There are 7 universities. The University of Maine at Machias is a regional campus of the University of Maine, but it still is the University of Maine at Machias. I would love the chance to go into much more depth with you and colleagues on this. The Washington County delegation has been extraordinarily helpful and very closely involved at every stage of this process. And so we met with them, I believe it was this summer, to bring them up to date on what it means to have a regional campus that remains a separate university. So we're trying to figure that all out. Machias is actually, I think, taking a turn in a positive direction. Their enrollments are up a bit. They have made some difficult decisions and some difficult reductions, but at the same time, there's a renewed energy toward enrollment management there and recruitment and retention. We're very optimistic about Machias.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I have an additional question from Representative Brennan. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. Sorry to be on mute. And Chancellor, thank you for being here, and thank you for the report. And maybe at some point at a future meeting, I just read about the loan forgiveness program that the university was implementing. And I thought that was a really positive step, particularly for those students that have some education, would be looking to return to the university to complete their education. So maybe in a future meeting, you might be able to talk to us a little bit more about this. At the same time, I want to follow up a little bit on Representative Millet's question. And in particular, I'm very concerned about the fact that President Cummings has stepped down. And I know that you mentioned that it's due to personal decisions, which I do believe is true. At the same time, it raises questions about the future of USM going forward. And there are some questions about the role that USM will play going forward, particularly in relationship to Orono. And I would be greatly concerned if USM in any way was diminished and the role that it's playing now to continue to expand its academic opportunities as well as research opportunities throughout Southern Maine, particularly if there was some friction or give and take between Orono. So if you could comment on that, I would appreciate that because obviously the future of USM is very important to Southern Maine and the greater Portland area, and the selection of the president going forward is critical to fulfilling that mission.
Couldn't agree with you more about the importance of these searches. By the way, we have had as many as 3 presidential searches underway at any one time in our past. So this is not as unusual as it might appear. But secondarily, one need look no further than the investment that is currently being made in the University of Southern Maine with respect to dormitories in Portland, a very large-scale project, a new student center, a new parking facility, which will have to be built, as well as additional early efforts around a new arts program and a growing arts program and philanthropy around that particular issue. So there is a great degree of investment currently underway at the University of Southern Maine, and we're proud of that. Clearly the legislature played a role, most particularly in the student success side of those investments. I will also tell you that there is a dire need for reinvestment in infrastructure in the University of Maine system at all of our institutions. Our effective age is substantially greater than the effective age of the community college facilities. And quite frankly, looking backwards where sight is always 2020, there's been an underinvestment in infrastructure in the University of Maine system for the last 40 years. And we are trying in many ways at each of our campuses to address that problem For instance, at Fort Kent, we're celebrating this semester the opening of a new building there, a portion of which is directed to services to students as well as acquiring additional students going into the future. Other buildings being built at other campuses. Yes, Southern Maine is extremely important to our constellation of universities, but most particularly extremely important to all of our citizenry of the state of Maine. We understand that a very large percentage of our workforce is in that particular portion of the state. That's why we're also making additional investments in and around the law school's ability. And it's one of the reasons why we've increased the number of MBA students dramatically. Now in the multiple of hundreds of MBA students at any given time are being educated in the MBA program. So we are focused laser-like. Can we do all things everywhere? The answer is no, we can't afford to, but if you want to send us money, we'll do more things at more places. Finding the right balance is not easy. But stepping up programs to meet the needs of the people of Maine and the business community, most particularly of Maine, obviously relies very heavily on our two largest universities, the University of Maine, which is at Orono, and the University of Southern Maine, which is in Gorham and Portland. We understand that they represent the largest bulk of our students. On the other hand, that doesn't mean that Machias or Fort Kent or Presque Isle or Augusta with its heavy concentration on non-traditional students, or Farmington are any less important as well.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the comments. And obviously, I've been following closely the infrastructure investments that have made at USM, but there's still a lot of give and take in terms of program and academic development between Orono and USM. And again, I hope during this transition for president, and obviously we'll be paying close attention to that process and the hiring process, that we continue to allow academic programs, particularly graduate programs, to expand at the Southern Maine campus.
I think graduate programs, as I've related to, have been very important, and the increased enrollment in graduate programs at the University of Southern Maine has been important to their response to the COVID experience. On the other hand, I will also point out that we have seen a precipitous drop in the undergraduate population of the university, and so we do have to, do more things for more people. Unfortunately, with less money, at least as an effective percentage of total spending.
Thank you.
Might I just add briefly that I appreciate the comments, and certainly there are at least 3 areas of very strong collaboration and growing collaboration between the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine. I would point out, and these are at the graduate level: data science, business from an interdisciplinary point of view that brings together business, law, public policy, and then finally engineering, where we are really looking at a very exciting effort statewide that will have a central piece that is based at USM. So I'm appreciative of the concern, but I'm happy to provide more detail together with President Cummings about our collaborations together.
All right, shut up and move on.
Thank you. Not seeing any additional questions, so I would just at this time like to say thank you to Chancellor Malloy and President Farini-Mundy for your time today and making yourself available and answering all our questions. Appreciate you being here and everything that you've done and continue to work towards. And if we can be of help, we're happy to do so. So thank you.
Quarter of 12, we were supposed to be done at 11. We still have Brennan. Oh, mute how I love you very much.
think you're muted, Senator Rafferty.
Sorry,
But we do. Yep.
Thank you very much.
President Brennan is here with us.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'll begin by referencing President Degler's comments about the power of small numbers. Just to put my institution into perspective with the two you've heard from just recently, we have fewer than 1,000 students. The University of Maine system has about 30,000, and the community college system has about 16,000. We have a very specialized program of study, and one that's really has been quite successful. I'm not going to take much of your time. Much of what has been said by the two previous speakers is applicable to our experience here as well. I do want to make comments regarding the Chancellor's remarks about the support from the state and the federal government. It is true we would be underwater, which is not something that a maritime institution wants to be, were it not for the funding that we received from the state of Maine and from the federal government. So on behalf of our students, certainly, and all the members of this Maine Maritime Academy community, I want to thank the legislature for your support. With respect to vaccinations, 99% of our students are vaccinated, with 5 students receiving medical exemptions. So that again speaks to the numbers I mentioned earlier. So with those 5 students with medical exemptions, we have 100% of our student body vaccinated. And somewhere a little bit in excess of 96% of our employees are vaccinated. On the positive side, with the support that we've received from you, we have opportunities going forward in redevelopment of our waterfront, modifications of several of our programs, as well as our Bucksport campus. We are and have been, and that's because we need to deliver in-person instruction. That's the nature of our program, our competency-based demonstration, and also the work that we're doing on offshore wind in collaboration with Northern Maine Community College, and the earmark that was addressed earlier by President Degler is something that we really are quite pleased about. I'll also point out that whereas there are challenges in all sectors of the economy with the workforce, we held last week a career fair during which more than 50 companies were here to recruit our students, and we have a class, a senior class that will graduate that is less than 200 students. So I point out that if that many companies are here recruiting for that few students, it does indicate that the sector of the economy that our graduates are going into is certainly robust. And even last year with the class that graduated in May, despite the impact of the pandemic, within 90 days of graduation, 90% of those graduates had jobs within their career fields, which is really the hallmark of the program that we have here. And again, it is a very specialized program of study, so it's very difficult and would be inappropriate to compare it to the other institutions, but we certainly are very proud of our success. On the challenges that we're confronting, we are down 8% in population, which is of concern to us. Our energy costs are continue to increase, and that is something I know is of concern to several. I mentioned the benefits that we see in the job market for our graduates, but nevertheless, we are facing challenges filling vacant positions in custodial services, security, food service, and even some of the specialized positions that we have on campus. I will also indicate that because of the cost of materials and the like, the debt service appropriation that you all approved for our dormitory is probably going to prove to be deficient, just as we've seen throughout sectors of the economy where the cost of materials and labor and the like has increased. So we are keeping a close eye on that, and we'll report to you any challenges that we confront. And then the most significant challenge that we are confronting right now as a maritime institution operating a training program pursuant to the United States Coast Guard regulations, our students are required to get what is referred to as sea time. That happens on board our 500-foot training vessel for our sea semester, which is typically one sea semester a year, operates in the summer months. Because of the impact of COVID and our inability to sail that vessel, this year we've had to do 3 sea semesters. The next one, the last one, will begin on the 14th of November and will continue until just prior to Christmas. That is an extremely costly undertaking. Just the cost of fuel alone for that ship is substantial. So these are some of the issues that we're confronting. We are keeping close tabs on all of that and work closely with the Maritime Administration and the Coast Guard in Washington, certainly working closely with you all and the administration. And then we work closely with our colleagues in the other public higher eds. And with that, I will stop and be pleased to respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. I see a hand up from Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Thank you, President Brennan, for being here. Having a 90% graduation, the students have a job by the time they graduate. That is amazing. Do you have any facts on how many of these students go directly into Maine-based industries? Do you have any, other than say going to Exxon or somewhere else?
Yes, sir. I certainly understand the question, and thank you. I don't have the stats right in front of me, but although many of our students do go into to the offshore oil industry, for example, or marine transportation, working for some of the companies that you mentioned, a good number of our students do go into Maine-based shoreside employment. I would say that every power plant in the state of Maine has a Maine Maritime Academy engineer, and probably several. We have several students that work for Bath Fireworks for strategic maintenance solutions in Gorham. We have a number of our students who are in our business program or in our marine science or marine biology program who secure employment within the state. So the days of old, the old Maine Maritime Academy that had 2 programs, and that was back in my father's time as when he was an employee at the academy. That was almost exclusively the graduates were hired by those multinational large shipping companies, but those days have certainly changed, and that's a result of many changes that have been made at Maine Maritime Academy and its curriculum, and also changes that have occurred in the industry over time. Over.
Yeah, well, okay, thank you. But I guess one of my big interests is improving a growing Maine's economy and income and tax base, et cetera. How much, and this is just hypothetical, but how many more graduates could you handle if you were somehow able to come in with substantial money funding? How much could you grow your program?
Well, decisions made back in the 1930s and which led to Castine being located in one of the most historic towns in the state of Maine, present us with challenges for expansion for sure. That is the reason why we did acquire the property in Bucksport so that we could expand some aspects of our program. But the kind of expansion that I imagine you're thinking of would certainly be beyond the realm of possibility here where we're presently located, just because of geography and availability of space. And yet I will point out, because you have raised the question of the impact of the program upon Maine's economy. One of the changes that has certainly taken place in some of the sectors of the economy that hire our graduates, the shipping company, they over time began to realize that to have happy employees, you have to have happy families that they're connected with. And the days of going to sea for 6 months no longer exist. And these companies, and the typical routine might be 3 weeks on and 3 weeks off. And so a good number of our graduates now live in Maine, and they contribute significantly to the economy. And they go to the Bangor airport and fly out to Louisiana or to Japan or wherever they happen to, wherever the ship happens to be, and they do their stint and then they fly back. And that is a huge change in the way in which these companies operate that have made the individual lives much better. And as I point out, enable these folks who do make a lot of money, provide them with an opportunity to contribute significantly to the Maine economy. Over.
Well, thank you for that added information. I wasn't aware of the limitations in Castine, so thank you.
Yeah, it's a peninsula that's a mile by a mile and a half, and our campus is located smack dab in the middle of a bunch of very historic colonial buildings. So I imagine I may have some neighbors who would be a little concerned if there was a significant effort to greatly expand the institution. But thanks for the thought. Over.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you both. Any other questions at this time of President Brennan? Seeing none, sir, I just want to say again, thank you for your time today with us and your information, but most importantly, your continued efforts for Maine Maritime and the students throughout our state. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you all for your time and for what you're doing for all of us here in the state of Maine. Good luck with the balance of your day today.
Thank you. Folks, looking at the time and the agenda, we do have a report from MEPRI coming up with Amy Johnson and Janet Fairman. That said, I'm going to just ask that we take a 5-minute break and return at, I got 12 o'clock. We'll come back at 12:05 and finish up. See you in 5 minutes.
Senator, I have to leave. I have a 1 o'clock meeting, so I'll just have to leave like at 5 to 1 if we're not done.
I understand. Yep.
Are
Thank
you
you.
okay in terms of time?
If we go beyond that, I won't be, but I think
Okay. Well, let's shoot for being done by 5 to 1.
Amy Johnson also offered to either just do Janet's brief or she can just do a very, very quick briefing on hers
Right.
since we're
Right.
running so late.
Okay. Terrific.
Thank you. Thank you both.
And Janet, is Matt
All right.
Pines with you?
No,
Nope. Okay. I don't know who that is.
just me.
Matt Pines is with me, Hillary.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
I will promote him into the Zoom as well then.
So recognizing that folks are stretched in terms of time, why don't we reconvene? So this afternoon's reports that are going to be from a group of folks from MEPRI, Amy Johnson and Janet Fairman. Thank you, folks, for being here today.
Thank you. I'm Janet Fairman. I'm here with Amy Johnson. We're both co-directors of MEPRI. And I guess I'm going to go first. So is it all right if I share my screen for the PowerPoint?
Thank you. Sure.
All right, I'm doing that now. And I hope you can all see this. Oh dear. All right, let's try from the beginning here. All right, so I am conscious of the time. I'm going to try to go through these as quickly as possible. I may have to skip over a few points, but, and I can't see your hands. So if you want, we can maybe hold questions till the end. I'll try to go through as quickly as possible. So thank you again. We're here to share some reports from studies that we actually conducted last year. And as you know, we kind of ran out of time to present them. This report is on our study of school and community partnerships in Maine, and it was conducted last year. And my co-researchers aren't here today, but I collaborated with Associate Professor of Educational Leadership, Dr. Catherine Biddle, the University of Maine, and our doctoral student, Mingzhou Qian. All right, and I'm not able to advance the slide. That's interesting. There we go. Okay, so I guess I didn't hit the button hard enough. So the background and the impetus for this study was really the charge to try to identify a few examples of successful school, district, and community partnerships in Maine, and to describe how those are working in more detail and in depth. We chose to focus specifically on partnerships that support student and family wellness in the areas of social, emotional, mental, and physical health. Obviously, we also learned about their partnerships that support academic learning, and I'll share some of those findings, but we tried to rein it in and narrow our focus to make this a more feasible study. The reasons for this focus is the ongoing concern about these challenges for Maine schools and communities that we're aware of. And obviously, we all know that COVID-19 increased many of the health, mental health kinds of challenges for students and their families. And we know from research that student health, both physical health, mental, emotional health is so important and contributes as a factor in academic learning and readiness. Some of the background that is important to know, especially for those of you who may be new to the Education Committee or relatively new, is that both the Maine Department of Education and the Education Committee, the state legislature, have encouraged the community school concept in Maine and the growth and expansion of partnerships. The Department of Ed started funding small seed grants in 2016, and they have funded 2 districts so far, so not very many districts, but 2. SAD 17 in Oxford Hills and RSU 34, which includes Old Town and other communities. And we included both of these districts in our case study last year. Also, there's federal funding, which supports this kind of partnership approach, and the Maine Department of Ed has been supporting and encouraging partnerships for the school districts that they are working with through the pre-K expansion efforts. Finally, there are frameworks grounded in evidence-based work and research that can guide districts and communities as they are thinking about or seeking to design and develop effective partnerships, and to think about what's needed to develop them and initiate them, as well as to sustain and support them, and even to evaluate them. So those frameworks are an important resource that I'll talk about. Some of you may be familiar with this concept of community schools and the whole child concept, which currently has even more focus, I think, in our state than it has in the past. There's no single definition of this or one preferred model for being a community school or for pursuing these kinds of school and community partnerships. But we did find a good working definition published by the Coalition of Community Schools, which has a website and lots of useful materials for educators and policymakers. And this definition describes this concept as public schools that partner with families and community organizations to provide well-rounded educational opportunities and supports for student school success. So it's pretty wide and comprehensive. It's not just academic supports, it's not just academic interventions, and it's not just during the school day, but even outside the school day, and different kinds of supports, social, emotional, mental, and physical health supports, as well as more social service kinds of supports to families. There are 2 models or 2 sort of approaches in general that we've seen and that school districts or communities might consider. One is having a single school as the hub of community services in a district or community, and that school may or may not have the name community school in its official name, but it serves to connect families and students with services of various kinds, both inside the school, for example, is like a health clinic, or outside the school using different partnering organizations. Another model or approach might be where the entire school district acts as a so-called community school, and where these services and partnerships are distributed across different schools and locations in the district. So I mentioned a framework that's grounded in research. It's important to note that many schools and districts, including some of the ones that we studied, most of the schools, districts we studied, do have partnerships to leverage resources, funding, and programs for their students and families. And it's all great work, and it's important work, but they often do this work without using a conceptual framework grounded in research and evidence to guide that work. So this is an important concept. Many different organizations have come together to develop a framework in the past years to study it, and they have found 4 different important elements for effective community schools and partnerships. The first element is having integrated student supports. And that means student supports of various kinds. Again, academic supports that are integrated into the school program, such as intervention, targeted interventions, and enrichment programs, as well as other kinds of supports for social emotional wellness, mental health, and physical health. The second element is expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities. So this idea gets at expanding what you offer beyond the school day, the traditional 9 to 3, if you, in general, school day, to other times of the day, after school wraparound programs, summer programs, field trips, for example. A third element is active family and community engagement, not just simply inviting parents to come to meetings and open houses, but more deliberate, intentional, thoughtful ways of really purposefully and meaningfully engaging with families and different subpopulations and communities within your broader community. A fourth element of the framework is collaborative leadership and practices. And this idea gets at school administrators who work, again, intentionally and thoughtfully, meaningfully with teachers, with students, with parents and community members to make important decisions about the school. While collaborative leadership is very important, it's a field, in fact, a topic that I've done research myself, it's not one that we focused on for this particular study. So in our study last year, we focused on the first 3 elements in collecting information from school districts about partnerships. The research on the community school concept and partnerships primarily has focused on urban and some suburban districts. There is some research in rural settings across different states in the US, but overall, much less research has occurred in rural settings like Maine. Looking at the cumulative evidence so far from over 20 studies, there have been documented positive impacts of this kind of school and community partnerships for students, for families, for schools, and for communities. And I'll just mention a few of these. So in areas of improved student outcomes included improvements in both math and reading achievement, better attitudes about school, improved behavior, and attendance of students, as well as improved student esteem. Improved family outcomes included improved communication with schools, again, engaging with families and communities in a way that builds trust and brings them in to school activities and decision-making. Also improved family stability and ability to meet basic needs as partnerships help to support and address issues of food insecurity and housing and other needs. They saw from the research improved family engagement and attendance in school meetings, and increased sense by parents and families of responsibility for their child's education. So our MEPRI study chose a multiple case design, and we selected 6 diverse school districts that had documented partnerships and successful partnerships that support student and family health and wellness. And it's actually kind of interesting the way we selected these 6 districts. My colleague, Dr. Biddle, been working last summer with a team of researchers to survey all the websites of all school districts in Maine, looking at how, as we were right in the early stages of COVID last summer, looking at evidence of districts that were addressing social and emotional and mental health needs of students and families. So she found from that broad search several districts that were attending to these things. We then followed up with phone calls during the summer to talk to them about what kinds of partnerships they had. And then from that list, we selected an array of 6 different districts. We also interviewed staff through from the Maine Department of Education to learn more about how they are using the framework for community schools concept and partnerships in the work that they are doing, professional development with educators and leaders from school districts involved in the pre-K expansion. We conducted our interviews in the fall of last year, 2020, by Zoom. And as you know, that was moving into the second school year of COVID. So that was the context in which we were collecting data and hearing about these partnerships. We typically interviewed the district superintendent or another administrator, maybe a coordinator or someone who was very knowledgeable about these partnerships with community organizations. We also interviewed representatives from at least 1 or 2 of the most important partners identified by those district leaders. So here's a list of the districts that we included. Again, you'll see it's a diverse group. We had 2 urban, small city districts, Portland and Lewiston. Obviously, they had higher percentage of English language learners, immigrant students, and non-white students. We had 1 suburban district, RSD 34, that's Old Town, and 2 distant rural classified districts, that would be MSAD 17 in Oxford Hills and RSU 25 in Bucksport, and 1 remote town, which was Calais. District enrollment also ranged widely from just over 600 students to 6,500 students in Portland. So I'm going to try to skip through some of these slides, but I want to get to the findings quickly. Our focus really was to focus on explore why they were motivated to pursue these partnerships, how they did that, what were some successful strategies district used to support and sustain partnerships, and what are some of the challenges. We think that other districts can learn from these experiences and what the impacts were as well. Finally, we asked about the perceptions of the impacts of these partnerships. So in terms of motivation, we really found the recurring theme of trying to address the varied problems associated with family poverty. That includes food insecurity, housing instability, health and mental health needs of both students and their families or parents, supporting early child development, and the need to help with young children's school readiness. Districts also identified the need to and desire to strengthen their school and family relationships and communication. As we know, many parents may not have had positive experiences with their own schooling, and that colors their relationship and level of trust as their students come of age to come into school. And so districts are using partnerships to try to strengthen those relationships and bring parents and families in earlier at the pre-K level. Districts like Portland and Lewiston particularly were focused on the need to support their higher percentages of English language learners and immigrant students. They have much more racially diverse groups and communities. They're concerned about culturally responsive practices and engaging families in the different communities, sub-communities within their larger urban area. And finally, districts wanted to expand their enrichment programs and to support college and career readiness of their secondary students. So I won't read all of these, but these are just some examples of some of the partners that types of partners that these districts describe to us. Some of them, many of them were able to capitalize on being close to regional health centers or hospitals that they reached out to, and they were able to have donations of nursing staff or doctors' time to staff up health clinics for the schools. There were community food pantries. Sometimes these were located in the school, sometimes just in the community itself. There were youth development programs and after-school rec programs with municipal rec programs or with organizations like YMCA that ran after-school enrichment programs. The CTE programs, career and technical education, also offered opportunities to partner by having their students staff up different initiatives and programs to work with the K-12 students or to do dental cleanings for students. So those are really untapped, I think, underutilized resources there that other districts might think about. And finally, business groups, and those are particularly evident, especially in the urban areas of Portland and Lewiston, that could provide job shadowing opportunities for secondary students, internships, mentoring, help developing resumes, and things like that. Some of the challenges that these districts describe to us about developing and maintaining partnerships is about, first of all, how to identify who they might partner with. So that was probably the first and foremost challenge that they all mentioned. And this was particularly a much bigger challenge for obvious reasons in more rural settings, those districts that have fewer businesses and community organizations and agencies right there to partner with. Another challenge that both district leaders and partners explained was the difficulty of identifying funding. They talked about looking for opportunities to write grants, looking for seed grants from the state or the federal government, looking for other kinds of funding. And obviously there are seed grants available, but those end. Those are usually short-term funding opportunities. Through the pre-K expansion program, the Maine Department of Ed learned about the district's need for technical assistance in finding partners, in evaluating their efforts. And both those districts with pre-K partnerships, such as with Head Start, and with our districts, we heard about the need for funding and staffing to help coordinate partnerships. So it's one thing to create partnerships, that's wonderful, but somebody needs to be the liaison or coordinator between a district and the partnerships, and also to do outreach for the parents and families that want to access those programs. And in districts like Portland, where you have many, many of these partnerships going, both at the district-wide level and at school levels, it's quite a task to stay on top of that. Finally, in urban areas that are more diverse, cultural language diversity was identified as some groups may have difficulty communicating with school officials and figuring out how to sign up their programs, their students in programs. Portland had a really interesting practice of tapping individuals within those communities to be liaisons between, say, an immigrant community and the district. And that was a trusted member of the community, and they were able to help encourage parents and families to come in, enroll their students, and access these programs. So some of the successful strategies that we learned about was, I would say, first and topmost, was the leadership at the district level, primarily from superintendents, in initiating partnerships. They really were the ones that were motivated. They heard from educators and families and community members about the problems, but they really took it upon themselves to take the lead in finding and initiating, reaching out to potential partners and gaining those partners in this effort. They talked about needing to identify shared goals and community concerns. So what are the what concerns do we have in common between the district and the community that we can get together and work around? District leaders also thought it was very important to align their partnership effort with their own district's goals, strategic plans, and priorities. So they could spread themselves pretty thin if they embarked on too many partnerships, but they recommended and they felt it was effective to really focus on those partnerships that addressed their district goals and needs. District also used the strategy of pulling together stakeholder input through sort of an advisory committee or team that had representatives from community and the school district as an ongoing advisory group to sort of guide the partnership effort and to address needs or problems as they came up. This was really helpful to sustaining those partnerships. We did see that districts went after funding at all levels, local, regional, state, and federal funding opportunities. So they're really scouring the opportunities to leverage those existing resources to support their students and families. And finally, as I mentioned, some districts did create or designate a staff person to help coordinate partnerships and programs, but those were always difficult to fund and those individuals were stretched. And some of the perceptions of the benefits from these efforts included, again, meeting the basic needs of students and families that might get in the way of school attendance or strong academic achievement. So food insecurity, addressing that, housing, income instability, and other needs that they had. Schools did describe positive relationships, seeing a positive impact from these efforts and these partnerships. For example, using a CAP agency to provide social workers to do home visits with families of students in pre-K. And that helped to increase the trust and also to share information referrals and social services and other resources with those families. They felt that these partnerships supported student school readiness. Obviously, that's through the school partnerships with Head Start and early pre-K, but other efforts as well in terms of family health. The enrichment programs supported academic success, and the other programs focused on college and careers, and they felt that their secondary students were more prepared. So broadly, the conclusions from our study are the following. We saw overall, both among the districts that we studied in the case study project, as well as the pre-K group of districts that the Department of Ed is working on, that there's overall a lack of evaluation effort and technical expertise to evaluate programs and partnerships. And this is an area where school districts could really use some guidance and technical support. Some of it is out there, it's online through the Coalition of Community Schools and other groups in that framework that I mentioned earlier. So that could be tapped, and the state could also provide more assistance on that. But that's what they were telling us and telling the Maine Department of Ed, is they wanted more technical support and also some professional development in different areas. specific areas where they need support is help in identifying potential partners and funding, help implementing an evidence-based framework, like the one that I introduced and talked about earlier, and help evaluating their programs and partnerships to see which ones are effective and which may not be as effective. Overall, there seems to be a need for ongoing funding. This was a big concern because there are seed grants, but they don't last very long, and they need to be, if you're going to sustain a partnership, you really need to have an identified source of ongoing funding, particularly for someone to help coordinate and do outreach with families. And we thought that maybe one possible way to address this would be through the essential programs and services funding model. Finally, we saw strong evidence of regional collaboration, and we felt that other districts could look at those positive examples and replicate that elsewhere, collaborating with regional hospitals, regional CAP agencies, and other agencies and services. And now we're opening to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. And I do see a hand up, Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As folks who've been around long enough probably know this is an issue dear to my heart, as I was the one who introduced the initial legislation and subsequent legislation to try to build out the community school program. And I'm befuddled because a lot of the areas that need help or whatever it's covered in statute, right? And I'm just wondering how many of the existing programs even know about what's in statute and the funding that's available in statute, which, by the way, it's not seed money, right? It's ongoing money for a coordinator. We're upping each, I think biennial, the number of schools that can be designated as community schools.
That's a very good question. I only saw one district, I think it's in Old Town, yep. RSU 34, and the other communities that are part of that RSU, that was still receiving funding through that original seed grant, and that was using it specifically to fund their, partly to fund their coordinator, a part-time coordinator. But even the Department of Ed indicated through the interview that, you know, this having a coordinator, having staffing, a supported staff, dedicated person is really important. And that for larger districts, larger than Old Town, maybe one person might not even be enough. You know, I was looking at Portland that has one amazing, fantastic person trying to keep track of the many, many different excellent efforts across that huge district. And it's, I won't say it's an impossible task, but I don't envy her because schools are initiating their own things, and then the district has a lot of stuff going on too. And but I didn't see other districts using the seed money, state's opportunity for that. And I do suspect that you're right, that it's maybe not well publicized or known. As you know, MEPRI helped to work on some of that with you a few years ago, looking at the criteria, the applications and so forth, and evaluating that the fact that they've only had 2 districts be awarded those is very surprising to me, given the high need. And obviously our interviews were taking place in September, October last year, right at the height of COVID, right? And so we got an earful about how strong needs for, you know, with the food insecurity principals at that moment that we were doing interviews. Principals and teachers were delivering food and other things to students and families and curriculum, instructional materials. we were hearing about social, emotional, mental health needs, not just of students, but of staff, teaching staff, and how these health clinics were so helpful that they could provide those services. Many of those services, by the way, were also provided through telehealth. So they could immediately get connected with nurses and doctors, screen time, video conference, screening, initial screening and referrals. And that was so helpful. So yeah, I mean, the needs are just, if anything, I think even greater. Now we're into what essentially is our third school year of COVID, right? And these kinds of partnerships have resources and staffing and programs that can address a lot of these issues, both during the school day and beyond. And it is kind of baffling to me. I don't know what the total, I haven't looked recently, what the total pot of money is to fund those seed grants. So I can't speak to that. Maybe the department could, but I don't know how it's been advertised, if they're aware of it.
Seed grants. And I think we need to change that phrase. They're not, if you look in statute, there's no reference to seed grants. Maybe this is a confusion between the public pre-K expansion activities versus what we have in Maine statute. And that may be part of the problem is the department, and I think for good reasons, is looking at the importance of whole child approach in the early years, right? We all know those are critical years. But when we first put into place the statute around community schools, it wasn't targeted just to early pre-K. It's more global than that. And it was a pilot program. So that maybe also another reason why people are thinking of it as seed money. And I'm aware that funding was pulled after 1 year from, I think it was Oxford Hills area, when they applied for the pilot grant. So I think there are some serious implementation issues around community schools at the department level, which I'm looking forward to having further discussion with the department. I asked some initial questions earlier today, but so I know that's not within your purview, but I just, because there may be people listening, I just wanted to set the record straight. These are not seed grants, and we just recently committed as a legislature and a state to increasing the number of community schools that are authorized, and there's $200,000, I believe, to support these efforts. So anyone who's listening, please apply, because this is a really great model.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you. And looking at the list of challenges, partnerships, resources, funding, staffing, leadership, and the cultural language barriers. Has anyone, if a district cannot, let's say, meet all of the guidelines that would allow them to come in as a community school concept, I find the cultural part of trying to do something like this is a big thing. In other words, you don't have to be from a different culture or a nation, but in my time in education, trying to get kids going to school, the biggest obstacle of success was the parents, the lack of support or the understanding or the involvement of parents. Has there been anything done to address this directly? In other words, just concentrate on the school districts concentrating on getting parents to buy into education, rather than trying to do all the other things.
Well, what I heard about was the direct outreach, like home visits, again, to families, trying to identify students and families that are at risk, and trying to build positive relationships and trust at those early stages. So that would help set a foundation for good relationship, communication, and engagement with families throughout the child's schooling experience. I mentioned in Portland the approach of finding a trusted person within particular communities that could communicate in the language of the parents and, you know, be sort of an intermediary or liaison between those communities and the school district. That's, I think, a very, you know, paying those people. I think that that's a very important kind of model or strategy to think about in settings where that might be needed. So I think at trying to address, you know, we know there are many reasons why parents and families don't engage, not because they don't want to or because they don't value education, but because they have many other concerns in their lives that are so overwhelming and basic that they take their time and energy to try to deal with. And there isn't much left at the end of the day. And then we add on top of that the COVID pandemic, which is complicating the lives of a lot of parents and families. So, you know, I think there were a lot of, I was just stunning how many positive things were happening through these partnerships. And I hope that I couldn't really begin to describe all the specific ones for you, but I do hope you'll take time to read about these different districts and what they're doing, because it is so inspiring how they are really trying to address academic, but also beyond academic needs of students and families to provide that strong foundation that's so critical.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette, I'm not sure if your hand is up or was it left up?
Yes. Yeah, nope, it's up. I just wanted to just briefly respond to Senator Woodson because the whole concept of community schools is designed to be responsive to that community, right? So in statute, we've actually said that part of that process of becoming one is that the school board performs an audit of the community's needs to identify academic, physical, social, emotional, et cetera, and then to also identify the resources that are available in their community and how they can be aligned or if there's duplication. So what one community school looks like in one community is not predetermining what it looks like in another community. It's completely designed to be responsive to each entity. And that's why I think if you actually look at the community schools that are listed there between Lewiston and Portland, you're going to see differences. Between Portland and Oxford Hills, you will see differences. It's completely designed to be responsive to the challenges that those communities are facing in particular. And that's, for me, one of the real powerful aspects of this model. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Representative Dodge followed by Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is about next steps for us to best advertise and cheerlead for more districts to participate, and what that formula and those suggestions might look like in a very concrete way. Perhaps whoever is responsible for this in DOE can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment there, Janet, at all? Or?
No, I just, you know, when I think about a staffing position, I don't know. If 200,000 a year is the max that the state set aside for this, I question that would go very far in our school districts. And I think all of us agree, and the Department of Ed is really focused on how important all of these factors are in our children's success in education. even if they come to school, right? Just getting them to school, whether that's remotely or in person. There are all these huge things that their families are struggling with. It's no fault of the kids. So these programs really help address it. They provide funding and staffing and programs that schools can't do on their own. They can't afford this on their own. So it's leveraging existing money, but you do need somebody. And we know superintendents are so busy. Principals, the school nurse, the school secretary, right? They don't have, especially in many of our districts in the state are small and rural districts. They have high turnover. So this is another point I wanted to make. We know there is very high turnover in our school and district leaders, administrators in our small rural districts. Really hard to keep them. In fact, many of them don't even live in the districts where they work. They come and go. And because of that, and they're younger often now and less experienced. So they aren't as enmeshed. They don't have the long period of experience in those communities to have time to make the relationships, to be able to go identify and make those partnerships. So the district leaders that we were interviewing, they've been around for several decades. They've got a lot of experience. They're seasoned. They're ingrained in their communities. They know their communities. They're meeting and active on different boards. And then they can use those relationships to forge these partnerships. So I think it gives them an edge to be successful. But those are just some of our districts where that's happening well. But if you look at the majority of really small rural school districts, they have a hard time keeping their teachers and administrators. And so those districts, I think they're doubly challenged. They're challenged because they don't have the leadership to go establish the partnerships and maintain them and steer that work. But they also don't have as many businesses and partners available just because they're in a smaller population area, more remote area. So that's why we mentioned sort of a regional approach might help, and using some of these successful stories and superintendents and districts as kind of models that others could look to. We've named them in the report. People are welcome to contact them and ask them more about how they've done this. But I really question about the funding, that we had sufficiently identified ongoing funding for this. If we think it's really important to support these families and students, then I think it needs some stable, secure funding for a staff coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Dr. Fairman, that was a good segue into a couple of insights that I have from a rural perspective. First of all, many of the rural folks would say, how could you possibly have anything but a community school? That is what it is. That is what we do. Secondly, there's probably some trepidation from that population because the state did everything in their power to close their community schools through consolidation and become regional schools. And the term regional community school is an oxymoron. There isn't any such thing. So I can see where some savvy rural school leaders would say the last thing I want to do if I have a successful thing going on is involve the state of Maine or the federal government or anybody else and have to turn it into a lot of paperwork and reporting when we know what we're doing. We already know what we're doing. In other cases, I think you're absolutely right that the turnover in leadership and those kinds of pieces are there. But we have to be a little bit careful, I think, that over time we just shoot ourselves in the foot. Again, how could anything not be a community school? That's what makes a school vibrant. So I appreciate your report.
I agree, and that's why I tried to, disentangle the terminology. I mean, almost every school is a community school, right? Usually, although I'm from Illinois originally, and the farming communities, we had a little, farm schoolhouse, and then it was consolidated, and you had to ride the bus for an hour or something. So I know what you mean. So yeah, the language gets confusing. And so I was trying to disentangle what we think of as the town, our community school, our local school, versus this concept that's in the research literature and what that concept means that they call community school concept.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions.
I think Jan Dodge, did you have a question? Yes. And I'm sorry, because I think I took up most of our time for MEPRI, and I knew Amy was standing ready for her quick report. So you have to decide what you want to do.
That's exactly what I was going to lead off with is, sorry to interrupt. The ball's in your court. I'm happy to try to do a 5-minute briefing. I'm happy to postpone. I will say you guys have been at this a while. I have no hard feelings if we wanted to try to find another time.
Honestly, Amy, that might be harder to do. So if you got a couple of minutes,
Perfect.
why don't we do that? And then that way we won't be chasing you or you chasing us. So
That works for me.
thank you.
Are we ready? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in and step on your toes.
No, please. I think we are.
Okay. So in interest of time, I have tried to go through and choose like the top bullet from each of these slides to see how quickly we can do this. First, I need to say though that the lead researcher on this study was Dr. Lauren Sains. She is not available to be here today. I do have with us in the room Matt Pines. Matt is a doctoral student at USM, and he's also a member of the Falmouth School Board. So he's participated in much of the data collection. I did not participate in the data collection on this one. Lauren really led the charge. And so I'm familiar with the conversations, familiar with the process, but we'll defer to Matt with any more detailed questions. So I'm gonna skip this slide. It will let me. And the real highlight on sort of why we were doing this, extended learning opportunities are really sort of in their nascency. They're growing, and it's more right now. It's this moment in time where it looks a lot more grassroots. A lot of people are talking about extended learning opportunities, but this, and I think this will feel familiar to some of you. There's a lot of different language that's used by the people, and it means different things to different people. What we did to try to sort of map out this landscape is to talk to 2 districts in detail and do case studies of those districts, but also there's a lot of conversations that are kind of happening, again, somewhat informally, but also somewhat formally at the state level. And so we also participated in some of those with focus groups and interviews. So we kind of have like a big picture from some thin data collection, but then also some deep data collection with 2 case studies. Skip the slide. So there really isn't, extended learning opportunities are defined by each district. And because this is not an area where there's a lot of policy mandates, that's actually just fine, because what's happening right now is every district that is engaging in this work is able to define their own priorities, define their own needs, and build the programs that work for themselves. The one thing that I think people would say is a shared definition is that what they're talking about is experiences that are outside of traditional classroom learning. But that's really about all that's common. Everything else is sort of can look different from one program to the next. There is definitely some sort of shared vision about finding new ways to engage students, meet individual student needs and interests, and sort of help with the career and workforce development. So this is just a list of all the things that were different from across all the programs we looked at. So sometimes these extended learning opportunity and career readiness programs were actually tied and with a specific goal of trying to meet our main learning results, life and career ready standards. In other districts, it had nothing to do with those standards whatsoever. So sometimes they were credit bearing, sometimes not. Sometimes, an opportunity for students to get credit for something that might help them get progress towards degree, and other times not. And so I'm not going to go through all of these, but just to say it really did look different, both in the 2 case studies that we did, and also in talking with some of the statewide groups, getting a sense that there's just a lot of variety. So there's a couple of things that are happening at the state level that are important to have on your radar. One is there's a group called the Community Coordinators Collective, they're C3, they call themselves. And this is a group of people that have come together, really pretty grassroots, that are all engaging in this work. Either they're superintendents, school leaders, curriculum coordinators, or actually, in some cases, folks that have been hired to do this coordination role. Not every district has been able to invest in an actual standalone position. So it's a range of levels of responsibility, but it's a group that's getting together and really share the variety of what they're learning in these different implementations across the state. Also, there has been, I'm calling it ad hoc. I'm not sure if that's the word that Matt would use, but there's a working group at the Maine Department of Education. As these programs have blossomed around the state, they're sort of starting to pop up on the radar of the folks in the Maine Department of Ed, because there are a lot of similarities with things like CTE, which are quite structured programs. And there are similarities with the Life and Career Ready Learning Team that's doing work at the Maine Department of Education. So they've started to realize that while that's a little bit, probably they wouldn't be happy for me to call this, but it's kind of the Wild West right now. In a good way, I think the districts would say they are doing what they need to do, and they're sort of experimenting and trying lots of different things. But I think they're getting to be enough of these programs that the department is starting to say, hey, we need to start paying attention to this. Are there some policy that we might need? Do we need some guidelines? And then, of course, some of that comes back to our old favorite tension of state versus local control. Oops. There's just a delay. I think that's what's happening. There's a delay, Janet, when you click it, and that's why it's a mess. So this is going to sound pretty familiar. As Janet was talking, I was thinking that in many ways, extended learning opportunities are an example of the kind of things that a community school would do. Dedicated staff support, almost, I think, in fact, in every single instance, Lauren and Matt were saying that if not the first thing out of their mouths, among the first couple things out of everyone's mouth is, you can't do this if you don't have someone who's tapped with this role. They're not necessarily is their full-time role, but at least has this on their plate, part of their job description, because everybody else has already got a full-time job and they're stretched too thin. So unless you're able to find someone whose specific role it is to cultivate and oversee these kind of experiences, again, wide range of experiences ranging from working on your resume, bringing in people to talk about careers, to full-blown internships. Without someone to coordinate this, there may be some things that still happen, but not nearly as robust. Funding sources vary. That's it. There's some of the programs we talked to did start with like Nellie Mae funding. Some of them have access to they can coordinate with groups. Actually, I think this is on the next slide, like Jobs for Maine graduates. No, I don't, that was a different slide. But at any rate, so there is different funding out there, but it seems to be happening more commonly in our larger districts where they're able to scrap together enough because they're a larger district to fund this sort of coordinated effort. Matt, you can agree or disagree with that if we get questions. So here's what the key thing on this slide is that when you talk to the people who are engaging in this work, they have a lot of really positive things to say about it, particularly that this is about reaching students who may not otherwise be excited about school and are engaging and learning in a different way and thinking about the world after school in a different way as a result of this. And that's really across the board from all levels of academic achievement. And that's been a thing that people talk about, is it's just a different way of reaching learners, and it's oftentimes quite equity focused. And that we don't have any hard data on this yet. These are perceptions of outcomes, but that districts are saying this is helping to grab kids and get them through to graduation. And it also, here's where I'm the parent of a student from the class of 2021. She graduated last year, and she, along every step of the way, has done me the service of being a guinea pig in something I was studying. And she was a member of the first graduating class of efficiency-based learning and all those kind of things. And she did an internship last year. And so I will say, as a high achieving kid who participated in an internship, she grew leaps and bounds. She's had a job, she's done all kinds of things, but this was just a different way for her to engage in what it takes to be a grown-up, honestly. I'm probably already over my 5 minutes. I was trying to be so fast. Resource needs and challenges, dedicated staff, transportation, And then Janet touched on this as well. If you're in a rural area, you may not have the ability to create partnerships or have internships or things like that with all of the things that the students in your area might want to experience. So there was this push-pull with wanting to have more centralized supports, like a database of, who are some businesses that might want to engage in this work? How could we centralize some of this? But then again, that tension between wanting more centralization, more supports, more infrastructure that they could build on and tap into, but then also wanting to still sort of have that flexibility to do things that are most appropriate for the local context. I think this is my last slide. This is the next steps. I think I've covered all these things. So, this is still grassroots, but I think it's reaching a point now where we're at, I think, a little bit of a tipping point where stuff is starting to become more widespread. These are starting to become a little more common, and really at a place where some districts who've been out ahead are at that place where they can share what they've learned that's been successful with other districts that are just starting out. There is this tension right now with autonomy versus flexibility. And we really need to get some better research on what are these impacts on students. Right now, what we have is pretty anecdotal. And one thing that is a benefit is we do have such a variety of different implementations. And this would be an asset in trying to unpack what are the things that work and what are the things that don't. Even if we're really just starting from a place of getting practitioner wisdom, I think we might have enough out there to be able to start saying, here are some high leverage practices. I think that's it. So that was my rapid fire extended learning opportunities. One thing that we have been talking about doing is perhaps bringing together a panel discussion or something that MEPRI could convene to allow voices from these folks that are doing the boots on the ground work. We really have just been trying to give the landscape in this study, and speaking to practitioners might be really helpful to policymakers as well as other district leaders. So we have been trying to think about a different way to present this that would give you another opportunity. But we are here. It's 1:06. I know some of you are already past time, but Matt Pines is here if you have any questions. He has a lot of experience and wisdom he's gained along the way.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Folks, is there anyone that has a question at this time?
I don't know if I got 5 minutes by just talking double fast, or if I did it, was able to hit the highlights, or a mixture of both. But I will say that we continually kept saying along the way, man, I'm so glad we're doing this, because this feels like it's important work that we're capturing it sort of in its infancy, and really should continue to keep an eye on some of this and chip away at some of these questions on an ongoing basis.
No. Well,
Matt, was there anything you need to correct from what I said? I was it feels weird when you're representing other people's research. I still have to get used to that.
No, I think that was all
that was
fairly
inaccurate.
No, I think you hit the high points. There's a few questions, it looks like.
Thanks very much, Matt.
I do see some hands up suddenly. We'll start with Janet, and then Representative Dodge and Representative Stearns.
Just wanted to quickly connect with Amy mentioned the idea of having a panel. And I thought, as you were wondering and asking me, how could we get out the word about state funding and opportunities to support school district community partnerships, this is my report. I mean, people could read that, right, on the MEPRI website, but it would be much more impactful to have some sort of panel where those superintendents could talk directly with other district leaders, maybe either sponsored by the department on the web. We can do this remotely on Zoom, or through Superintendent's Association meeting or something. I mean, I think if other district leaders heard these district leaders talk about how it's helped the resources they've been able to tap and how it's helped their community and students, maybe others would be inspired to use some of these strategies. Thanks.
So we can talk more about that. I think that's something that maybe MEPRI could play a different convening role than what the legislature has in your toolkit. So we can talk about what would be the best way to do something like that.
Thank you. Representative Dodge and Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a person who spent 30 years in a rural school district, thank you for mentioning transportation. That is ever so important. I hope that you will maintain that as a component as you share this going forward. I also wonder if the Maine Education Association might not be a good umbrella organization to utilize, since teachers might be more ready to dig in as opposed to overworked principals and superintendents. Thank you. Thank you for a great report.
You're very welcome. And I think what we would want to do if we were to convene some sort of a conversation was to go back to our steering committee, which has representation from all those different groups, and get their thoughts on how to structure it.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you had any opportunity to discuss with these folks barriers that they encountered, specific barriers to be able to provide these opportunities. And I share a story. I know well of a superintendent who wanted to set up a youngster, a 17-year-old with an internship, and was told directly by the Department of Education, you can't do anything between 8 o'clock and 3 o'clock. So that superintendent advised that student to drop out of school, homeschool for a year. They did, came back, graduated, and had those types of barriers are counterproductive to. So I'm wondering if any of your leaders out in the different ELOs were able to, or did they have an opportunity to let you know of things that kept them from doing better work?
I'm going to punt to Matt on that one, since he was the one that engaged more directly with those stakeholders.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There certainly was a variety of barriers that were discussed and were mentioned. I didn't hear that particular one. I do know that the department, at least as of this last spring, had been working on providing some resources in terms of things like shared documents that could be used to facilitate internships, and talking about things like I think even as basic as like, where's the insurance liabilities landing, and those sorts of things. So I think the department's working on some of that sort of stuff and trying to remove some of those barriers. I know that Rick Wilson, who used to be in Brunswick and was one of the founders of C3, is now at the department. And so I think his title is, he's in the Office of Innovation. I think his title is Career Exploration or something along those lines. And so I think the department's aware that there's some of those sort of just foundational barriers about, how to make things actually happen. And then some of the other barriers that we came across would range from things like trying to get a particular experience, trying to, get a teacher to assign credit for an experience that a student took out of school. And so thinking about some of those credit recovery aspects of an ELO program, I think, having that coordinator who can make the case to an individual teacher within the school building or within the school district, that coordinator could really ease some of those barriers much more than an individual student could. And then, funding for transportation, means of transportation were identified as big barriers. And then just having, I think one of the biggest barriers was having the ability to meet with and make connections with a variety of different businesses and opportunities in the community. That takes work. It takes work to maintain and keep those relationships going and make it worthwhile for those employers as well as for the students. So there's certainly barriers, but none that seem completely insurmountable when it comes to doing this sort of work.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add on top of that is that, one of the case study districts is a rural district that's quite spread out. and really engaged in this work very intentionally, because a lot of their learners don't go on to college, and really was really situating this as, I think, as a kind of pretty closely related to a lot of the work they have been doing around proficiency-based education and trying to make sure folks left the nest ready for life and career. So again, that goes back to, I think every single one of these implementations has something pretty interesting to learn from what they're doing and how they're managing to do it. And the challenge we're at now at this point in time is to be able to say, what did you do that worked for you? But that the fact that every district really engaged in this work with a pretty different goal and a different ethos and a different sort of set of values and priorities is both fascinating, but also makes it a little hard to generalize across programs. But I would say some of the roots of this work are in proficiency-based learning. That was my impression.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would add to Representative Dodge's suggestion of MEA, MSMA as well, because they have a conference where they bring everybody together. In fact, that one's coming up pretty soon, so we probably have missed the window. But I do, just to be fair, I think teachers are also feeling pretty overwhelmed at the moment. So maybe two groups that are feeling overwhelmed together may try to move the needle a little bit. I don't know. But, just a reminder, the idea of community schools is to try to help them feel less overwhelmed, because there is a person that is hired to take the load off of the principal, the superintendents, and the teachers to maintain those relationships and do those investigations. I do understand Representative Stern's in their earlier concerns about adding more paperwork, quote unquote. But the main statute is pretty clear. It requires an initial inventory process, which is just good governance. But it's really not that burdensome. It's just designed to help folks think strategically about how they can better leverage their community's assets and be strategic about how they're utilized. And then the other question or thought I had was that I know here in Cape Elizabeth, there's these things called senior transition projects in the last couple of months of their seniors' time, because everybody knows they start to really lose focus as they get closer to graduation. There's never any concern with them going out and getting internships. This sounds to me like perhaps a situation where, again, local control, local interpretation, maybe being unevenly applied. And it just prompted me to do a quick Google search, and holy smoke, everyone should check out the Maine Township High School District 207. They have an amazing program. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any hands up for additional questions, but so that said, just want to thank you folks for being here this afternoon. It's been very helpful. We appreciate what information you brought with you today and shared, and the work that you continue to do moving forward. So thank you very much. You have a great day.
Thank you.
And committee members, thank you all for your day, your time, and continued effort. So take care. We'll see you soon.
See you, everybody.